thrilled to be hosting this conference today. For those of you who haven't encountered UK SEDS before, we are the UK's national competitions across the country. We also operate an early careers website called spacecareers.uk. Is everything okay? Am I live? From the start? Now? Hello and welcome to Diversity in Space Careers DISC 2021. My name is Molly, the Diversity Team Lead at UK SEDS, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be hosting this conference today. For those of you who haven't encountered UK SEDS before, we are the UK's National Student Space Society. In short, we're a group of students and young professionals running a variety of space-related events and competitions across the country. We also operate an early careers website called spacecareers.uk, which if you're interested in entering the space sector, I recommend checking out. Before going into what to expect from today's event, I'd like to briefly explain how to navigate the platform we are using today. Nebula is an in-house system created by Aaron Reedman, the tech whiz for UK SEDS, which is incredible for someone who is currently working full-time and has been handling all aspects of the tech today. On the home screen, you can view the DISC stream with the current talk and upcoming item on the program displayed on the bar below. Accessibility features are included on the sidebar to the right of this, with buttons available for text-to-speech functionality, text magnification, alternative contrast for the website, and closed captions. You can view the program and full speaker lineup by clicking on the program tab on the far right-hand side of the screen. Below this, there's a built-in functionality for submitting questions using the Q&A tab. We strongly encourage you to submit questions for speakers and panelists throughout the day, as often this is where the most interest discussions arise. There's also a chat function indicated on the right-hand side as well, which you can interact with each other. Please be respectful and kind in the chat. Any abusive, discriminatory, or hateful language will not be tolerated at all, and you will be removed from the platform immediately. So, what can you expect from DISC today? For an area of work and research as diverse and as the space sector, it seems only fitting that we acknowledge the amazingly diverse people within it and how vastly underrepresented they actually are. Having conversations about diversity and what we can do to create more inclusive and accessible spaces is absolutely imperative and not spoken about nearly enough. More has to be done to support the diverse workforce needed for the sector to reach its full potential, and conversations like this is only the first step. Today we will be hearing a series of talks and panels discussing both the work of these speakers as well as their experiences in overcoming personal barriers. The speaker brief has been very broad, so we have quite a varied programme today. Talks focus on personal journeys, work and research, experiences, and most importantly, what can be done to improve inclusivity and accessibility within the sector. These talks have been pre-recorded and will be aired throughout the day, each followed by a live Q&A session. All of the panels are live as well, so please do remember to submit questions during those. The panel topics are experiences being a minority in the workplace, how to get your dream job in the sector, and balancing advocacy, work life, and personal life. Throughout all this, there'll be opportunities to hear about how you can support yourself and others, and how we as a community can make the sector more inclusive. What's the point in having events like this if ultimately no changes are made? It's been an absolute pleasure leading the organisation of DISC 2021, and I'd like to thank the sponsors, Northrop Grumman and the UK Quantum Technology Hub Sensors and Timing for supporting the event. This has allowed us to have a speech-to-text captionist throughout the day to help make this event as accessible as possible. Thank you to the University of Birmingham in supporting the event and making the connections between us and the sponsors. It was our original intention to host this event on the university campus, so thank you for your continued support whilst the event moved virtual. I'd also like to thank all the speakers and panelists for committing your time and efforts in taking part in DISC. It is incredibly hard balancing work life with advocacy, as we will hear from the panel later on in the day, as well as the strain in constantly having to speak out and educate those around you, especially alongside the stresses of life during a pandemic. I have such admiration for what you do, and it's honestly such a shame that I'm not able to thank you in person. Thank you to all the volunteers in helping put this together, planning a conference alongside exams, uni, placements, and grad schemes. It's not easy at all. Special shout out to Alex Crossman in particular. I'd also like to give a massive thank you to Anya and O'Brien and the previous organisers of DISC, which last took place in 2018. I just hope that we've done it justice and that your legacy will continue with future DISCs. Anya has been incredibly supportive throughout the organisation of DISC and throughout my time as team lead. She has done amazing work for diversity within the student space community, and I thought the perfect way to kick off the day would be to hear from Anya herself in the amazing work she did for diversity inclusion at UK CEDS. So, over to Anya.
Hi everyone, I'm Anya. I'm a final year planetary science PhD student at the University of Glasgow, and thank you so much, Molly, for those very kind words. So I joined UK CEDS as its secretary 3 years ago, and I established the diversity team, as well as running DISC in the first instance back in October 2018. So when I joined UK CEDS, the society was doing loads of really great work on the skills gap that exists in the space sector. So what that is basically the limited availability of people with the technical skills that the sector needs to achieve its aims. And at the time, UK CEDS was amazing helping with this by setting up technical competitions and challenges for students in robotics, rocketry, etc. And these were all set up in collaboration with industry leaders to ensure students were getting the experience that the workforce really needed at the time. But unfortunately, one thing we noticed that most of these participants in these technical competitions were men. So we decided to look at what we were doing and whether it was representative of the wider sector, and crucially, what we could do to change things, especially since the skills gap is all about the availability of people with skills. It doesn't really make sense to only provide a certain demographic of people for the sector, and especially not is it within the charitable objectives of UK CEDS not to serve the whole student community. So we established the diversity team with three main aims. One, to assess our own demographics compared to nationwide data. Two, to make sure our events were as inclusive as possible. And three, to advocate for best practice in equality, diversity and inclusion to the wider sector. The first DISC was held in 2018 at the Royal Astronomical Society in London. It was a wonderful day with about 60 people spanning industry and academia. Today's DISC has had over 160 people register from all over the world, which is amazing. So I just think this really shows what an amazing job the team has done in the last 3 years. And more importantly, it shows that the issue is gaining traction and importance amongst all of you with us today. And we're just so grateful that all of you watching and interacting with DISC obviously care about this issue and know how important it is for the future of the space sector. So if you're a student in the UK or a graduate with a passion for making space welcoming to all, and you want to help, I really, really urge you to consider volunteering in Molly's wonderful diversity team. And I'll leave you to tell her all about the achievements they've had in the last year.
Thank you, Anya. It's honestly been fantastic to pick up where you left off in terms of diversity inclusion at UK CEDS. And since then, the diversity team has been involved in some really fantastic work that I'm really proud of, and that I hope to continue during this year. We launched Spotlight Sunday on our social media to highlight the amazing people in the sector from past and present. We wrote a diversity and inclusion handbook for the UK CEDS branches, giving them advice and tips in running of the societies. We ran a webinar with the Space Careers launch during Black History Month, which was called A Space for Black Voices, where we heard the work and journey of some truly inspirational Black women scientists. If you're interested in checking out that webinar, it's still on our YouTube, as well as all the other Space Careers webinars that I highly recommend checking out. I've also been getting involved with the planning of our highlight event of the year, the National Student Space Conference, NSSC 2021. We are looking to have the most diverse lineup to date, with accessibility and inclusivity at the forefront of our planning, especially as we move to a virtual world. So if you're interested in attending NSSC, it's taking place on the 6th to the 7th of March. There are links for more information and registration via the UK CEDS website, or there's also a link on the DISC 2021 webpage, which is how you would have registered for this conference. I would definitely recommend checking it out, and it has been wonderful working with the executive team, who also have a great passion for making sure that their events are as diverse and inclusive as possible. Throughout the day, please make sure that if you are posting on social media to use the hashtag, hashtag DISC2021. It'd be great to hear about what you think of the day. And please don't forget to submit questions through the Q&A feature. So without further ado, let's get this show on the road and hear from today's sponsors, without whom we wouldn't have been able to have our captioners joining us here today. Following which we have our first speaker slot of the day at 11:30. So enough of my voice for now, and over to David Pyle from Northrop Grumman.
Hello everyone, I'm David Pyle. I'm the Regional Director for Northrop Grumman Space Systems. And first, can I say how pleased Northrop Grumman is to be able to support this event, which continues our long association with the University of Birmingham. And also, can I say a big thank you to the organisers of today. This sort of event takes a huge amount of effort and logistics behind the scenes to get going. So thank you very much for doing that. I think it's going to be a really good event, a good day, and really take things forwards. So Northrop Grumman is a large corporation. We employ about 90,000 people internationally, and we focus on science, technology, and engineering to create for our customers really advanced products and services. We like to say we make the impossible possible, and that's what the team really focuses on. Day after day, really looking at those challenges for our customers and coming up with solutions that will really fit exactly what they want and make them as happy as we possibly can. Our space business is one of the largest space businesses in the world. We have about 26,000 people employed in our space business, and we're headquartered in Virginia in the US near Washington, DC, and we also build some of our satellites there. And we have a large facility across in California, Los Angeles, called Space Park, and then a number of other facilities in places like Utah and in Colorado. We really provide our space products to three types of customers: to space agencies, so organizations like NASA, to government customers, whether they be defense departments or wider government departments, and also to our other partners in the space industry. In terms of what we do within the space business, it's a really broad range. If we look at satellites, we design, manufacture and support from very small satellites up to very large complex satellites. And we do both the satellite bus and the payload. So the payload may be an Earth observation payload, or it may be a satellite communications payload, or even potentially an Earth science or deep space exploration payload. And we develop those within the business. We also have a launch business with a range of rocket systems. Those systems have been putting payloads into orbit for many years now, including notably one of our own payloads, the Cygnus spacecraft. Cygnus is a spacecraft that provides the resupply to the International Space Station. So we fill it full of all the things the astronauts need. It takes off normally from NASA Wallops on the east coast of the US, flies to the space station, docks, unloads, and then one of the clever things with Cygnus is we typically put a bunch of different science experiments onto Cygnus. So when it undocks from the ISS, those experiments can then be carried out before the spacecraft, which is sacrificial, then burns up in the atmosphere. Some of the other work we do, particularly looking at NASA, we at the moment are manufacturing the James Webb Space Telescope out in Space Park in California. JWST will really take over the telescope in space level of capability from where Hubble currently is. And JWST will allow us to get far more data and information from space. Also with NASA, we're working on the mission to go back to the moon. Our Gateway system is going to be the system that orbits the moon and really supports the lunar landings. And we're also in a team looking at the human lander system, which is the lunar lander for that next mission to the moon, for the next man and the first woman to land on the moon's surface. One of the other areas which is really world breaking that we deliver is through our space logistics business. Space logistics is really the whole business of servicing spacecraft while they're on orbit, and also potentially manufacturing things on orbit. So with this business, our mission extension vehicle was the first satellite to do this. We launched it and docked last year, and we have the second mission extension vehicle on its way up to dock later this year. What the mission extension vehicle is really a jetpack for satellites. So as satellites launch, they've only got so much fuel with them and a load of electronics. As that fuel begins to run out, as the satellites maneuver, often the electronics stay working. So mission extension vehicle, we put it into orbit, it docks onto the satellite, which is running low on fuel, and effectively provides that jetpack, extending the life of the satellite for a number of years. And that means that the satellite can continue to do its job, whether it's a TV or SATCOM satellite. And we've avoided having to launch another new satellite into space. And the mission extension vehicle at the end of the life extension undocks and moves to the next satellite it's going to extend life of. So it's a real world first. And we see the whole space logistics community beginning to develop and becoming a market for the future. So although Northrop Grumman Space, as you heard, is very much based in the US, we've got a lot of plans to grow internationally. And indeed, we're pretty successful with our international customers so far. For us, the UK specifically is a real area of interest. The UK already has a whole bunch of large companies, medium and small companies working in space, really developing some innovative ideas, both on the upstream and the downstream side of the space economy. And with the government backing space as one of the growing areas in the economy, we really want to back that up and become part of that space economy in the UK. And we're very, very keen to work collaboratively with other companies in the UK to bring technology from the US to the UK and the other way around, taking some UK ideas and blending with their US technology. And really that's the way we all get the best benefit out of this and really add value and take the market forwards. So although space is for the UK, for Northrop Grumman, is in its early days, as I say, it's something we want to grow. We want to work collaboratively and really build that up. Now moving to the topic for today and diversity inclusion. Within Northrop Grumman, driven from our CEO down, Kathy Warden, diversity and inclusion is something we really focus on and believe it adds great value both to wider society and to our business. It's clear that diverse, inclusive teams are really one of the answers to deliver innovation, bringing new ideas, different ideas, challenging the norms, really the way that we can take that step forward. As I say, our focus is making the impossible possible. And what that means is for everybody to bring their opinions, bring their knowledge, bring their experience, and really come up with solutions that address the problems. So it's really about helping our business succeed, but also helping wider society succeed by really focusing on that diversity and inclusion in our teams. So that's probably enough for me and the background to Northrop Grumman. What I'm going to do now is hand you across to Tyrone Jacobs. Tyrone is an engineer in our business in Los Angeles in Space Park. And he's got a great story of how he went through the education system in the States and got into the space industry and how he's succeeding in this industry, which is full of challenges, but equally it's got some of the greatest opportunities over the next few decades, and is really leading the world in terms of technology and innovation. So if I thank the organisers again, thanks to Tyrone for joining you all, and I hope you enjoy his talk. Please ask questions afterwards, and I hope that our paths cross in the future, and best of luck. So thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, David, for discussing the space work being done at Northrop Grumman. Unfortunately, Tyrone Jacobs Jr. won't be actually joining us until this afternoon. We thought it would be a lot nicer to give him an afternoon slot, given that he will be joining us for a live Q&A all the way from California in the USA. I'd like to now introduce Kai Bongs from the UK Quantum Technology Hub Sensors and Timing to discuss his work there.
Hello everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present the opportunities of quantum technologies in space. So my name is Kai Bongs. I'm a PI of the UK National Quantum Technology Hub in Sensors and Timing, which is a collaboration led by the University of Birmingham with the Universities of Glasgow, Imperial College London, University of Nottingham, Southampton, Strathclyde and Sussex, as well as British Geological Survey and the National Physical Laboratory. What we are in is really like a national endeavor to take part in the national race towards quantum technologies, where there are about £20 million invested in quantum technologies so far worldwide. The UK government has started very early in this and invested £1 billion so far to make quantum technologies a major economic success. And just last year, in 2020, the World Economic Forum has named quantum sensors as one of their 10 top emerging technologies. So why should you look at sensors? And of course, a real thing here is that whenever humanity has invented a way of seeing something which was previously unsensible, it changed our lives and economy profoundly. So going back to Nobel Prizes, so really fundamental physics changing our lives. In 1901, Nobel Prize on X-rays. Nowadays, in every hospital, every airport scanner, the electron microscope or magnetic resonance imaging in many, many hospitals. Aperture synthesis and radio astronomy is the basis for synthetic aperture radar, which is a vast part of our airspace control. Giant magnetoresistance became like part of every sensor in every hard drive, high density hard drives. And of course, more recently, Nobel Prize for the CCD sensor, which has revolutionized social media. So what can quantum sensing bring to the game? And again, we now, instead of having like innovations and novel modalities of what we can see over decades, a lot of these come in a very short time period. One of them is using gravity sensors to look into the ground, really suddenly be able to see what's beneath our feet. And that we are working on the hub on that for mainly civil engineering projects, underground risk in infrastructure projects, which has nearly 1% of GDP impact. Magnetic sensors for brain function, seeing what part of the brain is currently active and thinking, that could have huge impact on diagnostics for issues such as dementia or child concentration deficits. We are also keen to look at objects in the air, like drones, which will be like, if we want to have packet delivery and urban flight via these vehicles, then we will need to make sure they are flown in a safe way, they can be supervised, they are actually positioned to centimeter accuracy in the cities so that they don't hit anything which they shouldn't hit. And that's where we bring in like radar systems and quantum oscillators for radars to help with that endeavor. And last but not least, sensing position and movement, like what you might encounter as satellite navigation impacting everyone. Like we are very much relying on our phones nowadays to tell us where to go and how to get to new points. In fact, a lot of our economy is relying on this, but these things can be jammed or spoofed and they don't work underwater or underground. So having new methods to look for where you are and how fast you move is very important and helps like us and the economy. So what we do to make all these things happen, all our sensors are based on atoms which are manipulated by laser light. Just taking an atom, shooting a laser pulse at it allows us to put in a superposition of a higher pass and a lower pass. So it follows two trajectories at once. That's the quantum bit, particles being in two places or in two internal states at once, and then recombining them. And depending on how we separated them, if we separate them vertically, then the pass will differ by the gravity potential, which means at the end I get an interference pattern highly sensitive to gravity. If I enclose an area, I get a highly sensitive rotation sensor. If I adjust to internal energy states, I get a precision time sensor, a very, very precise clock. Or if I flip the spin while like doing this superposition, I get a very sensitive magnetic field sensor. A little bit more detail. Of course, in order to do that, we need to do some severe physics, some serious physics. This is really relying on a few Nobel Prizes, the Nobel Prizes in 1997 and 2001, to prepare the atoms, get them under control, really know exactly where they are and how fast they move. And then the Nobel Prize in 2012 to then know how to use light, laser pulses to put these atoms into superposition. So that physics has been done 25 years ago, so we are now at the time where we need to translate it into technology, and that's where a lot of engineering comes into play. Let me just say again how we do the laser pulses and how we do the preparation. So first of all, we use laser beams coming from many different sides to cool the atoms in a vacuum chamber, and we are also able to launch the atom cloud so that it falls freely and is not disturbed by anything external. Then we do some laser pulses, putting the atom in a superposition of two states, which then travel at different heights. Another pulse to make these paths converge again. At the end, a last pulse to put them in a superposition, and then just count how many excited, how many unexcited atoms do I have. Now, that's the physics. Now we're down to the engineering. So if you're an engineer and engineering student and really interested in how to make novel technology practical, we are very much looking out for how we package the vacuum chambers, the laser systems, the control units, the electronics, the data analytics to make them work in the field. For instance, flying them on a drone and then package them in a satellite, in a project with companies. Think about thermal management, the power management, all the elements which come together to make a working spacecraft. Anyone with these practical ambitions, really talk to us. We are keen on you. And of course, the opportunities, they range from fundamental physics in terms of really tests of the foundations of what we know about the universe, in terms of general relativity, finding dark matter, potential candidates for dark matter, testing the equivalence principle to find many deviations which might hint at unification of the fundamental theories of nature, but also climate. Using gravity sensors to look for underground water, the invisible water, which really is a missing variable in climate change, looking for atmospheric drag, but also economic impact in terms of satellite navigation systems and communications. With that, thank you very much. If you have more questions, please talk to me.
Thank you, Kai, for preparing that presentation. Quantum technology certainly has some massive potential, particularly in regards to the space sector. It seems only fitting, following that, to introduce Dr. Dame Frances Saunders, Chair of the External Advisory Board for the Birmingham Quantum Technology Hub in Sensors and Timing. She has previously been President of the Institute of Physics and currently holds a variety of non-executive positions within STEM organisations. I hope you enjoy the talk, and don't forget to submit any questions you have, as she'll be joining us shortly for a live Q&A. I'd like to reiterate again, thank you so much to all the speakers for preparing presentations and for joining us live today. I'm incredibly grateful, and the event wouldn't be the same without you. So thank you very much. And over to Dr. Dame Frances Saunders.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present the opportunities of quantum technologies in space. So my name is...
Thank you very much for inviting me to give a talk at your conference. I'm going to talk about what I do as a non-executive and say something about the journey that I've been on over the years to get to this point. I'll try and give some examples of things I'm involved with in the space sector and that are relevant to that. I'll also say a little bit about my journey, how I got here, and some reflections on diversity and inclusion and the things that have arisen over the years. So let's start with what is the role of a non-executive. And I think the clue is in the title. These roles are generally part-time, and normally you don't have any executive responsibility. So you're not responsible for the day-to-day running of an organisation, but you're there to be what I would call a critical friend. You're trusted to be objective. You're able to stand back from the day-to-day running of the organisation and provide some advice based on your own experience, your broad experience of the direction the organisation is taking, whether or not its plans to get there and look credible, the risks they might face along the way, and all the things that actually they need to reflect on as managers and as leaders of their organisation. As I've said, this is really about giving advice. And because it's advice, sometimes people don't want to take it. And as a non-executive, you need to be big enough to say, that's fine. No, if you don't want to take my advice, that's okay as well, and not take it personally. You might also get involved in things that are rather more formal about assurance. So compliance with legal requirements or how the organisation manages risks. I've been involved in a number of audit committees, which are formal organisations that give that sort of assurance, ensure money is spent wisely and so on. I've been involved in probably 3 different types of arrangement for being a non-executive. I've been paid as a board or a council member, so I'm on the board of the UK Space Agency, and I'm a council member for the Science and Technology Facilities Council. I've also been a trustee of charities, organisations that have been set up as charities. So, for example, I was president at the Institute of Physics for 2 years and was a trustee. I've been a trustee at the Royal Academy of Engineering and a rather smaller scale charity, the Engineering Development Trust, which provides experiences for young people to get involved in science, technology and engineering projects and activities. The final sort of arrangement is really just as an ad hoc volunteer. Unpaid, well, trustees aren't paid either, but very much an unpaid volunteer who can chair advisory boards or be a member of boards for different sorts of science and engineering organisations. I'm going to say a little bit about one of the quantum technology hubs where I'm an external board chair. I'm also a board chair for the Cockcroft Institute at Daresbury Laboratories, which is doing research into novel forms of accelerators for accelerator science. The Future Photonics Hub at Southampton and Sheffield, developing the manufacturing technology to take future photonics components and get them out into the real world. And finally, an organisation such as the National Physical Laboratory. So all these organisations are very different, they have different requirements, but I try and bring my experience to bear to help them. It's, I think, helpful if you're going to be a non-executive to have a particular interest. And my particular interest is all about translational research. How do you take the great research knowledge, the new technologies, the intellectual property, the software, maybe even the scientists and engineers who are trained during research, the so-called human capital, how do you take that and translate them into different sorts of impact, for example, in new products, new businesses, different sorts of policies that might condition the way in which health is delivered and so on, and different services. So I'm really passionate about this whole issue about the process of taking research out of the lab and getting it used more widely. And that's something I look for to help with whenever I'm involved as a non-executive. Well, I'll give you an example of this. As I said, I'm involved as the chair of the External Advisory Board for the Quantum Technology Hub in Sensors and Timing. And this is led from Birmingham University, but involves a lot of universities and organisations across the UK to try and get the most out of this emerging technology of quantum. Now, this is a complex chain that needs to be built. The effects that you're working on are sort of complex quantum physics. They're using clouds of atoms cooled to very low temperatures, moved through using lasers, interrogated with lasers, and then at the end of the day, you've got to turn this into a system that produces accurate, sensitive, and repeatable readings so that it becomes an effective sensor, and a sensor that can compete with other existing sensors, because as I said, this is complex technology, and industry won't pick it up unless it can be made easy to use and better than the other things that they've got available to them. So this program of work is very exciting, and it's looking at sensing in lots of different ways, from medical applications through to measuring gravity gradients that allow you to see buried objects, through to possibly new forms of navigation and inertial sensing. So there are some examples that the team at Birmingham would highlight that are possible opportunities for space, everything for some basic fundamental physics studies through to things such as satellite navigation or being able to monitor the Earth to see things such as underground water. Now, in order to do all of this, the first thing you've got to do is to get a quantum technology payload up into space, ideally a quantum atom interferometer, which is a sort of basic building block of these sorts of sensors. So that's one of the things they're working on at the moment. Some other examples I'd like to give are things I do with the Royal Academy of Engineering. At one end of the career ladder, I chair a panel that appoints chairs in emerging technology. We appoint about 8 to 10 of these a year. They are 10-year financial support packages to help world-leading academics in the UK to get their ideas from the lab out into businesses or into other areas of impact. And I'm particularly fortunate to be a mentor for Prof. Colin McInnes at Glasgow, and he's looking at emerging space technologies, again, at 2 different length scales. One of his ideas is about in-orbit manufacture using basically 3D printing in space to be able to produce very large space structures like space mirrors, which you could use to direct sunlight down onto space farms during dusk and dawn and increase the amount of energy that you get out of those farms, so energy from space. At the other end of the length scale would be PCB satellites, where he's looking at these very small satellites, perhaps working together as swarms and able to self-organise. Another activity I'm involved with at the Royal Academy is the Engineering Leadership Scholarship Scheme. This is a scheme which provides financial support to undergraduates working in engineering to help them accelerate their ability to become leaders in the future, and provides them with sorts of mentors and a whole range of support there. So if you haven't heard about the Engineering Leadership Scholarship Scheme, we appoint about 38 of those a year. I'd encourage you to get involved and search on the Royal Academy of Engineering website. My final example is from the UK Space Agency. I'm not going to talk about all the things we do at the top level, their board and audit committee, but I thought I'd highlight the work that's being done there on spaceflight. I think everyone's very excited by the prospect of being able to have satellites launched from the UK by 2022. And it's a very complex programme. You might think that this is really just about getting the launcher, the vehicle, over to the UK and finding a way of launching it. But actually, there's a whole load of things you've got to put in place before that can happen, including putting in place the licensing regime and the regulation that will allow that to happen, international agreements, because you can't just bring a launcher to the UK. The technology that is in one of those launchers is pretty much the same as you'd have in an intercontinental ballistic missile, and those things are controlled by treaty, so you have to put access controls in place. Similarly, you might fly your launcher over other people's territorial waters, so you need to get agreements in place there. But nevertheless, we've got a whole set of sites who are hoping to be involved in launching both vertically from Shetland and Sutherland and horizontally from Newquay. And you'll have recently seen that Virgin have had a successful launch, and we hope to have something like that in the UK as soon as possible. So let's talk a little bit about how did I get there? What was my journey? I think I was always a curious child in probably more ways than one. I liked taking things apart, putting them back together again, and not having too many bits left over. And from an early stage, I think I wanted to be an electronics engineer. I said that's what I wanted to do, have a transistor radio and learn how to build one. But at the same time, and this was when I was growing up, it was when Neil Armstrong was just about to land on the moon. So I was actually quite keen to be an astronaut. And similarly, there was a lot going on in the astronomy world. And I decided I actually wanted to be a physicist. There was lots of things like the discovery of pulsars, the so-called little green men. And in my school, I was an all-girls school, and by the time I took A-levels, there were 7 out of about 40 of us took physics A-level, so not very many, and 2 of us went on to university to read physics. And I went to Nottingham. And again, it was only probably about 10% of us that were women on the course, reading physics with maths and electronics. And I had a really enjoyable time there. I didn't really feel too much out of it, being one of only a very few girls. I got involved in lots of extracurricular things, such as doing the sound and lighting for visiting rock bands and events, which was good fun. I decided not to stay on at university, but I wanted a job out in industry. And I became British Leyland, the motor manufacturer's first female graduate engineering trainee at Longbridge. This was an interesting experience as well. As you can imagine, it wasn't very usual to see women on the shop floor in the car assembly buildings, and that was an interesting experience. But I also managed to get a lot of practical experience of working in a factory. My main area of research and work, though, was actually the other end of exploitation, I suppose, taking emerging technologies of microprocessors and liquid crystal displays and looking at what we might be able to do with those in the motor industry. And I learned a lot from that whole process of being on the other end of the emerging technologies and seeing how do you make use of them. Nowadays, every car's got a microprocessor controlled ignition, every car's got a dashboard. That wasn't the same in the late 1970s. But I decided actually I wanted to go back into physics and research. And I used my experience of working with liquid crystal displays to join the Royal Signals and Radar establishment, which was a sort of an MOD establishment that also did a lot of work on civil technologies. Liquid crystal displays is interdisciplinary. It requires physics, chemistry, optics, electronics in order to make it all work. And I thoroughly enjoyed being part of an interdisciplinary team. And I was very fortunate, I think, in that the people who ran that part of the organisation were very pro getting more women involved in research. And about 50% of my peer group were women, but that reduced as you could obviously see that reduced as you went up to higher grades. I also had the opportunity to work with universities and industry. And again, this passion of mine to take the latest research and see how you translate it into products to de-risk the take-up of the technology in industry. So that was a very fruitful 10 years, really. And then I sort of moved more into leadership and management. Initially, I did that in the area of my expertise in sort of displays and optoelectronics, where I was one of 2 female heads of division out of 20, so again, about 10%. But the next phase of my career was really to broaden me out, to get me confident to lead different areas of research where I was no longer the expert. And I got into a whole range of new areas, such as neural networks, image processing. I had to learn how to get up to speed quickly and ask the right people the right questions is how I would say that happened. So I had to be quite agile and learn on my feet. And really for the next, I say, 10 years or so, it was all about this broadening and about developing myself as a leader. And I had a very wide variety of things that opened up for me on big experiments on ranges, on operational analysis, which is the sort of the people who deploy on operations alongside the military to help them plan their operations. And I also had 4 years out of defence working in the research councils. There's a picture of me here. I was fortunate enough to go to Antarctica with the British Antarctic Survey and go down into an ice cave. But the whole theme here was about bigger projects, bigger teams, and managing organisational change. And my last full-time job really built as the culmination of all of that learning. I was chief executive of the Defence Science and Technology Labs for 6 years, again, trying to make sure we translated really interesting research and had impact on defence and security. It was a biggish organisation with 3,500 staff and a lot of money to worry about. But one of the things I always kept the focus on was this is a people-based organisation. Your best asset, your people, they leave the lab at 5 o'clock-ish each day and they don't have to come back. So you've got to be investing in that talent. You've got to be investing in the people as well as in the research facilities. We had contracts with many UK universities and many industries. And again, the whole idea was, how do we join up the dots? How do we get research, leading edge research, as quickly as possible and as safely as possible into the hands of the people who are going to be the users? A big theme throughout my time as chief executive was one of diversity and inclusion. And the real trick here was thinking about how do you create a culture where people don't feel afraid to raise issues, where they can be discussed and they can be resolved. Because we wanted to recruit and retain the very best scientists and engineers. And you need to do that fairly, and you've got to create that culture where people feel that every contribution is valued. And I was very pleased that at the top level of the organisation, I've almost managed to get up to nearly 50% of the sort of the leadership team were women from time to time during the course of that, which was quite challenging because the pool from which we were drawing wasn't that big. So that's me. That's been my career of becoming a non-executive. I've been when putting together this presentation, I'm kind of reflecting on what did I learn along the way. And I think to some extent, I feel I was very lucky. No one ever limited me. No one ever said to me I couldn't do something because of my gender. And so I never really thought it was going to be a big issue. Obviously, you bump into roadblocks along the way, but I didn't see those as being primarily because of my gender. I was always curious, as I said, right from a very young age, and I always had that desire to keep learning. And initially I wanted to learn about science and engineering and all those different aspects. But later I got actually really interested about people and about leadership and about strategy and about what do you need to do with an organisation to help them deliver consistently. You also start to get your kicks, not from doing the science yourself, but by creating an environment where other people are successful and other people do great science and other people do that innovation and exploitation. And so I've all continued with that idea of actually getting my pleasure from seeing other people succeed. And of course, promoting the importance of this whole theme really of this talk, which has been about how do you translate and exploit technology. I think the other thing I learned was I wasn't afraid to be myself. I think authenticity in leadership is absolutely critical. You can't pretend to be something you're not. So I didn't try to be the same kind of leader as the men around me. I tried to be myself. I think also that the public sector was actually quite good at diversity for its time, and so I benefited from that. And because I feel I was so lucky, now it really is my opportunity to try and give back. And so wanting to encourage people such as the audience here today to develop their careers in science and engineering and of course in space. And finally, I think the final thought to leave you with is it's not just about the obvious differences that you need to think about when you think about diversity and inclusion. We all have different personalities, we all have different preferences, things we're good at, things we're scared of. And you need to think about those issues as well if people are to be feeling truly valued. And I've been a firm believer that you shouldn't surround yourself with people just like you. It might feel comfortable to start with, not to be challenged, but actually it stifles creativity and ultimately the success of you and the success of your organisation. And I think we all just need to keep saying that. We all need to keep saying that this matters, that diversity really does add value. But also admit when we get things wrong. I'm only human and I might make mistakes and I might offend people. And I'm prepared to put my hand up and say I'm sorry. So thank you very much for listening. And I hope the rest of the conference has proved to be interesting as well.
Thank you so much for joining us, Frances. It's been great to hear about the amazing work that you've done and that you still do. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us. I've got a couple of questions for you if you're happy to answer them. The first thing that struck me is, what was it actually like being the first woman to join Leyland? And in general, were your colleagues quite supportive and did you feel welcomed into the company?
Yeah, it was a bit stressful, I'll be honest. And it was mostly because of the culture at the time. If you're thinking, but well, you won't remember the 1970s, but it wasn't terribly welcoming from the point of view of the environment. So they used to have quite a lot of topless girl calendars, and the men were not used to having women on the shop floor. So that was a bit difficult. But my direct colleagues were brilliant and very supportive. I think I had to have a bit of a sense of humour because people occasionally would do things that now you'd think would be a bit harassing. So somebody tried to work out whether or not I was a woman by grabbing me to test. So that would have been horrific. But I had to just say, come on, guys, don't play around and be quite strong. So it was quite difficult. But I had to use my sense of humour, I think. But my colleagues were brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I'm sorry you had to go through that. That's not great at all. But it's nice to hear that there were supportive people in the organisation.
The engineers were very supportive and my local team was. It was just when you just have to realise that the culture was very different back then.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not acceptable, but yes, you're right. It was a different way of going about things, and hopefully things are better now. We've had a question come in from the audience. If you had to choose, what's one bit of advice you'd give to young people wanting to follow your career path?
Oh, I think to really have confidence and go for it. That to be clear about what you'd like to achieve. I mean, I said I didn't have a big roadmap, but if there are opportunities you think that looks really interesting, or create some opportunities and go for it. Don't let things put you off.
Yeah, for sure, a great piece of advice. Be strong, be who you are.
And that's for me. That's one of the most important things. I say something in the talk about being authentic. Don't pretend to be something you're not, because if you pretend to be something you're not to get a job, and you get it, and it's not for you, you'll feel awful. So always be yourself, and if you don't get a job, it's because it's not meant to be, not because there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, well said. Another question. Your statement of not feeling disadvantaged during your career due to being a woman, I would say it's probably quite a rare feeling amongst people who are in the minority within the sector, and it's really great to see that you've used your position throughout your career to support those around you. What advice would you give to others looking to use their position of influence to have a similar sort of impact?
Well, I think there are two things you can do. You can try and change your local culture. So if you're in a position of power and influence, it is about walking the talk, actually demonstrating through your actions and your deeds that you take this stuff seriously. And for me, that's a very important thing. I think the other thing you can do is to be a mentor. And I've always taken opportunities to be a mentor. So, and to be an advocate really for somebody, so that you can help them develop themselves as people. It's not just about skills and knowledge, it's actually about developing them to have that confidence, to have that go for it attitude. So, be a mentor, take people under your wing, help promote them, not only that sort of in terms of hierarchy, but help them promote themselves.
Yeah, for sure. Are there any particular organisations that you've worked with that you think are great for that they do all those things?
Oh, that's different. I mean, I think it's a growing thing. I think if I look at the organisations that do that, I think there's I do stuff with the Royal Academy of Engineering, and we tend to do that actually out more in the community. So we do try and provide mentors for students, up and coming leaders, for people starting their own businesses. So that organisation tends to do it, trying to reach out into the community. But there are lots of other organisations that do that sort of thing. Professional bodies do it, so the Institute of Physics, the Institute of Electrical Engineering, and so on. A lot of professional bodies try and do things like that to provide that support. But in terms of employers, I look around and I see increasingly employers doing this and recognising they've got to do it, whether that be universities, because actually they're marked on how they do it through things like the Athena Swan scheme. That encourages them to put in place schemes of mentoring and put in place schemes that sort of promote diversity and inclusion. So I think it's a growing trend. And in future, I expect that people won't join companies that don't have that kind of culture in place.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Another question. So if someone were to experience the same harassing behaviour that you experienced in the day, in a workplace today, what would you advise them to do?
I'd advise them to raise it with HR, with their HR department, or raise it with, if they've got a trusted colleague to talk to, whether that be their line manager or someone else they trust. Most organisations these days do have somebody that you can go to if you feel you've been bullied or harassed, and initially just have that conversation to help you diffuse it, and then decide what you're going to do about it. But that sort of behaviour is no longer acceptable, and people will get sacked for that. So, I've been on the other end of this. I've had to deal with harassment cases about giving people warnings for their behaviour for actually far less serious things than that happened to me. So I think, again, most organisations have a system in place that helps you go through that and makes it very clear that it's not your fault. You haven't brought this on yourself, and that provides you with that sort of emotional support you need at that time.
For sure. So how can we, as I guess individuals, as well as at an organisational level, how can we support people who are in the minority in their workplace, whether that's sort of a gender minority, ethnic minority, like a minority in any sense?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? I think it starts with including them, in actually making them feel part of the team, or the local team, the local environment, the club, and so on. It's making sure that people are included, and actually talking to them about what would make them feel more included. I mean, we had a situation in one of my jobs where we had very few people from the Indian community in our organisation because we weren't in a part of the country which had a lot of support. So we did actually talk about what could we put in place for them to support themselves and build their own community to some extent, and then include them in the wider community in the organisation. So it is recognising that there will be different ways of doing that depending on what the inclusion issues are, and being sensitive to that. But most important thing is about reaching out and bringing them, making them feel welcome.
I guess educating yourself as well. Yeah. Educating yourself and being sort of there and listening, and I liked in your talk when you said holding your hands up and saying when you've got something wrong, because it's all a learning curve, and so long as people have that sort of drive to learn more about diversity and inclusion, how you can be more inclusive, that's all that really matters. And when you hold up your hand and say, look, I messed up there, because I know I've had to do that before, and it's incredibly important.
And I think I reflect, as I said, I grew up at a very different time. And I recognise that all of our attitudes are shaped by our own experiences. And so it would be very tempting for somebody of my age to say, okay, just be tough, just blow it away, because that's what we had to do. But that's not the right answer now, because our culture has changed and the behaviours that we expect now are very different. So people of my generation have to be careful, I think, to not assume that you've got to be tough and you've got to fight. It shouldn't have to be like that. And so I'm quite sensitive to that. I know that I'm a child of my experience. And I need to be sensitive. And if I get it wrong, I do have to put my hands up and say, sorry, my language was wrong there, or my attitude was a bit old-fashioned. So, no, I recognise that in myself.
Thank you. That's really great to hear. And thank you so much for joining us today. I honestly wish that I could talk to you for longer. But unfortunately, that's all we have time for now. So thank you again for your time in preparing the presentation, for joining us for the live Q&A. I'm sorry that you had the earliest slot of the day. Nice early start for a Saturday. Thank you so much. And we will now be taking a short break and we will resume DISC at 12 o'clock on the dot. Thank you very much. Welcome back to DISC 2021. It's now time for our first panel of the day, which I'm very excited for. I do love panels. So I'd like to introduce the chair, Anu Damale, the UK Director of Women of Colour Advancing Peace and Security and Assistant Researcher for the Verification and Monitoring Team at Vertic. She is also the previous chair of UK SEDS. She is joined today by Ben Fernando, a PhD student at Oxford University, working on the NASA InSight mission to Mars, Megan Maunder, a PhD student in the Centre for Geophysical and Astrophysical Fluid Dynamics, Solar Terrestrial Plasmas and Space Weather, and Luke Reisbeck, a Space Policy Research Analysis at Astroscale in the US. Thank you all so much for joining us today, and particularly to Luke, who is joining us from Washington, DC, where I'm told it is currently 7 a.m. Now over to Anu to discuss the experiences being a minority in the workplace.
Thank you so much, Molly. And before I say anything, I want to congratulate the diversity team and Molly at UK SEDS, as well as Aaron for putting together such an amazing event. I actually joined UK SEDS for the first DISC, and as Anya will put it, like it was like our little family child, and it's just amazing to see what it's become. So huge congratulations for that. It's a very important thing to do. So thank you for the kind introduction. My name's Anu. I'm UK Director of WCAPS, which is an organisation about championing women of colour and minorities in peace, security and conflict transformation. I also work for a international security and policy NGO called Vertic in nuclear and space policy. I'm really, really excited to be on this call today. We've had someone leave the meeting, which I presume they'll rejoin in a second. It should be okay. But we move. So I'm joined by, at the moment, two amazing panelists. I'm sure there'll be a third one shortly. So we've got Luke Reisbeck and Megan Maunder. Molly's already introduced them, but just to go into a little more detail. So Luke is a space policy research analyst at Astroscale, currently based in DC, where it is 7 a.m., but Luke they recently graduated with a master's in international science and technology policy. Concentrating in space policy from the Space Policy Institute in George Washington University's Elliott School of International Affairs. Megan is a third-year PhD student in the Centre for Geophysical and Astrophysical Fluid Dynamics, Solar Terrestrial Plasmas and Space Weather. So under the supervision of Dr. Claire Fullen, she is in receipt of an STFC-funded studentship for a multi-spacecraft investigation of solar and heliospheric plasmas. Her research interests include solar and heliospheric plasmas, as per the title, and space weather, with a particular interest in coronal mass ejections. Megan became a fellow of the RAS in October 2018, RAS is Royal Astronomical Society, and is the advocacy team lead for the RAS Early Career Network Committee. I'm just going to check if Ben is back. Ben is back. Ben is a PhD student in the Department of Earth Science and Astrophysics at the University of Oxford, working on the NASA InSight mission to Mars. So if you'd like to briefly say a few words, starting with Ben, then Luke, then Megan, that would be great.
Hi everyone, sorry about that. Internet is playing up a little bit today. I'm Ben Fernando, I'm he, him. I'm a PhD student at the University of Oxford working on the NASA InSight mission to Mars, and I'm really glad to be with you here today. Massive thank you to Molly, especially for inviting me and putting this all together, and to Anu for taking the time to chair it. So looking forward to hearing more about everyone's experiences and fielding some questions from you all.
Thanks. So my name is Luke Reisbeck. I am US based. I appreciate the very warm welcome. This is a very productive Saturday morning for me compared to my normal ones. I currently work at Astroscale US. Astroscale is a global company with a couple of different offices, one based in the UK, one based in Japan, one based in Israel, and one based here in the US. And so we work on a couple of different types of projects, but they're all under the suite of technologies that is OSAM. So it's on-orbit servicing, assembly, and manufacturing. And within that, our focus is building space sustainability for future generations. So we do active debris removal work and satellite servicing work. So that's the core of my focus and interests right now. But I also, I'm looking forward to discussing a little bit more about my personal experiences here and, what it's like to be a transgender person in the workplace, and maybe try to give a little bit of context on the U.S. Perspective on that.
So thanks again for inviting me.
Hi, thank you again to Anu and Molly and the other organisers. So I'm Megan. I'm a third year PhD student at the University of Exeter. I'm also the advocacy lead for the Royal Astronomical Society's Early Career Network, and I helped create resources for disabled and neurodiverse students. Being a disabled researcher myself, it's really handy to start developing these communities, and it's really great to have a chat about these kind of things as people start to move forward in their careers and we start to improve the accessibility of academia in general. So I can only talk about my personal experience, but thanks for inviting me, and hopefully we'll have a really good discussion over the next 45 minutes.
No problem. I mean, the three of you sound incredibly impressive, and you have three very different backgrounds and experiences. And yeah, it's just great to be here. So a few reminders to our audience: you can submit questions that can be answered, and I'd love to see them, and we'd love to answer them. So please do submit them. But to get the conversation started, and I know Luke, you're based in the US, and so your experiences might be slightly different. But for all three of you, let's use this as like a hook to start the conversation. A very generic question, but what are some challenges yourself and others have faced within the sector that people should be made aware of that you think that might not be aware of at the moment? And perhaps if we start with Luke.
Sure, yeah. So I was a little apprehensive about being invited to this discussion, just because I like to make sure that I'm staying really self-aware and couching everything that I say with the fact that a big factor of my identity, which is that I am white, very much makes a lot of my experience as a trans person vastly different from other trans people of color. Trans people, it's not a universal story, both in anything that they do, from academia to industry, to just living their lives, access to healthcare, all of those things. So in addition to, making sure that I am not speaking for trans women of color, I don't want to speak for them. They certainly don't want me to speak for them. Just being one trans person, I can say that I have faced a couple of challenges, largely as I was coming into the industry, in terms of being able to feel like I had a secure network of people. The space industry across the US, and from what I gather from my UK friends still in the UK, is still relatively conservative. The space industry has its roots in the military and in military activities. So there's still a little bit of a highly conservative culture that can make it difficult for any LGBTQ person to feel like they can safely work as their full selves. So for myself, I guess to be more specific, when I was coming into the industry initially, I definitely struggled to find mentors that were interested in what I wanted to do. And it really wasn't until I decided to apply to my master's program, which I applied specifically because I had gotten a recommendation about their alumni network and the ability to connect, that changed for me. So that's definitely something that I've struggled with, but I've been very lucky enough in the company that I work in now that my supervisors and my other colleagues who are older than me are very much accepting of who I am. They're respectful in an intentional way, and they've made me feel less like I have to be putting on a show for people. So those initial challenges when I was coming into the industry were very strong. And I think in terms of what other people face who are transgender, in the US, it's a completely different picture than in the UK. A lot of people in the US definitely struggle with access to healthcare, but they're nowhere near as long as waiting times and active discrimination, when it comes to accessing healthcare for the people who can afford it, which is a very important caveat. I know in the UK, especially for students and people who are younger, it's that access to the healthcare that trans people need and deserve, that everybody deserves, is a lot more complex. So that's definitely something that I wanted to stress as a key difference. You know, when I was starting my transition, I had to go through an informed consent process. That does not exist in the UK. It's a lot harder. So I'll stop there, but I think, again, I really want to stress that, you know, a lot of the challenges that people face who are transgender in the US and the UK are networking and retaining talent and making people, once they're into a network, feel respected. So that's something that everybody can contribute to.
Thank you so much, Luke. It was really interesting to hear about sort of the institutional issues that both countries face. And thank you for sharing that, and also for acknowledging, you know, that whiteness and race play a role as well. It's you know, I know for a fact that UK SEDS really, really care about intersectional approaches. So it was really interesting to hear you talk about that. Thank you. Megan, would you like to add anything, please?
Yes. Hi. Yeah. So again, I can only really talk about my personal experience, and again, like, I'm white. I don't have the intersectionality that some of the other panelists may have, and some people watching may have. But I think for me, the largest issue is that even though in academia there is sort of an expectation that accessibility should be a priority, it's still a battle. And I think that largely, even if you've gone through the start of the process of, so in the UK we have either Disabled Students Allowance, which if you're a student allows you to essentially access mental health support, specialist display screen equipment and other accommodations. If you move into the workplace, we also have the Access to Work scheme that is government run. And even if you start that ball rolling, it still takes a while to get those accommodations put in place. And it's a real battle. And I think I feel lucky that in academia there's an expectation that they should be happening, which I think in some fields we don't have that. But largely it is just that balance. And I think a lot of it isn't people being willfully ignorant, but just if you've never experienced the need for these kind of accommodations, you're not necessarily aware of them. And there's a lot of internalized ableism and ableism that we see in society that even myself, you know, I have to think about how I'm going to approach things. And disabled people are not a monolith. Everyone has different needs, and people with the same conditions are going to have different needs, and their conditions are going to evolve, and those needs will change over time. And the current system doesn't really allow for that. You kind of have one assessment potentially when you start your undergraduate degree, and again with your postgraduate degree, and you get to see a specialist and they say, okay, this is what we can offer you, and that's it. Like, that never really gets reevaluated, and if you do want that reevaluation, you have to start the whole process again, which is tiring. And particularly for disabled people who may also be chronically ill, there is a lot of extra admin that you need to do to get what you need to succeed in your field, and that admin is hard when you're already surviving on less energy than everybody else. So personally, I think it's just being more aware that people have different needs, being more accommodating of them, and just being more kind and considerate of society. Like, if someone's confided in you an access need or said, oh, actually, this doesn't work for me, you don't need to know why. You just think, okay, well, how can I support this person to access my resource or my class or whatever? Particularly with online teaching, I've been very mindful of that with my new undergraduates coming in, and I really hope that some of the things that have happened over the past year with the pandemic allow for more inclusion in various types of academia.
Okay, thank you so much, Megan. That's really interesting to hear about, like, how there are things in place to help, but the implementation gets in the way often. And it's really great to hear about how you approach it from the top end as well. Ben, if you'd like to add anything.
Yeah, it was really interesting to hear what the other two speakers have had to say. Thank you for sharing that. I guess we all come from very different perspectives, but as much as things are different and have different solutions, when working on these things, something that strikes me as very odd is that things that make life better for everyone are often not particularly complicated and can help various different minority groups, various different underrepresented groups quite simply. So as an example, you know, I'm at the University of Oxford in a geosciences department. Oxford is overwhelmingly white, even compared to the fraction of the population it serves. The geosciences is overwhelmingly white. compared to the fraction of the population it serves. But lots of the things that, my colleagues who, perhaps they want adjustments for any disability that they might have, colleagues from, other ethnic minority groups that are not my own, colleagues who don't feel that their gender identity is, welcome. Lots of the things that we talk about providing good mentorship, about having good feedback practices in place, can make life better for everyone. So it's always interesting to hear from other groups, because they often, Megan and Luke have come at it with obviously a very different background to my own, different subjects. Luke is different continent. But the sorts of things that you think, right, that wouldn't be too hard to do as a solution, they're often not very different. So as much as there's all these different perspectives, it's always still really interesting to hear about how the sorts of things that we all want are often very similar, which suggests that they're probably not just good for us, they're actually just good for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, Ben, that's a fantastic point. I think people forget that making the workplace better for some people, creating safe spaces for some people, actually often help everyone. Things like flexible working help everyone. It makes you happier. It makes you more able to work and to be able to perform well. And I think people forget that very often. And thank you so much, all three of you, for your answers. Now, the next question I want to ask and the question after that are kind of connected. So I'll preempt it so we don't cross over a little bit. But the first question actually goes to talk a little bit about what Megan hinted at, which is to do with implementation. So, you're all from different backgrounds. Some of us are from different countries. I don't know if that's been mentioned enough times, but Luke is in the United States. I wonder what your thoughts are. I know what my thoughts are, and I could go off on this for a little while, but there are often EDI policies in place or not in place. What are the differences there, and how do you feel about the bridge between them being there, the implementation, and seeing the reflection in the process to improve it, and to actually make it do the job it's meant to do, rather than just benefit one small group and then move on? And then the other thing I wanted to talk about, which we'll come back to, is emotional labour and the role of minorities in promoting these policies in the first place. Perhaps if we start with Megan this time.
Yes. I think I did touch on it a bit earlier, but I think a lot of it is that there's a lot of good ideas going about, but it's getting that implementation. And as Ben said, a lot of it is just being kind, supporting individuals, and realizing that people have different needs and that we need a really good metric to ensure that people feel supported. I'm really lucky that my institution, we have a disability network, and quite often we get together on Teams at the moment, and talk about things that are impacting all of us. But I think largely the issues are, as I've gone through the system and I've got older, I'm more confident in self-advocating. And I also realise that I have a real privilege in that I feel able to talk about my disabilities openly, whereas a lot of people don't have that and aren't able to do that. But personally, I think that if I have that privilege, then talking about it is important to get rid of that taboo. And I think a lot of it is just having these conversations, talking about how we can make simple changes that benefit everyone, like at conferences having a quiet space that impacts such a huge amount of people who just potentially need a break, and that's a really small thing to do. And making sure all routes marked are accessible, making sure that instead of that we use proper language, which I think a lot of people on this panel might agree with, that language is quite powerful, and that I don't want to be referred to as special needs. My needs aren't special, they're just needs. And talking about access needs in that way, and really thinking about how we accommodate people rather than just as an obligatory tick box.
Sorry, I was muted. Well, here we are. Megan, that's really important, especially the tick boxing point. I mean, I know this is something you care about a lot, to do with sort of neurodiverse people as well. So as someone who gets sensory overload and suffers from anxiety and depression, being, especially I think right now, seeing company policies in place to do with mental health and how little impact they actually have has been really, really interesting. I think it's something that a lot of people watching might be able to relate to, and university policies as well. It's not just companies. Luke, would you like to add anything?
I'm so glad that you both mentioned this, and I'm really glad that you're asking this question, because it's really akin to what I saw happening last summer the summer of 2020. In the US, there was a very high-profile murder of a Black man, one of a string of many that just seems to be endless. And almost every single company decided to come out with a statement about their commitment to racial diversity and inclusion and anti-discrimination, essentially. And it just seemed, I found myself, reading all of these, and some of them were clearly very, very well worded. They said the right things. They clearly had the input of emotional labor from minorities to produce those statements. But I really found myself wondering, what's going to be the change, like a week from now, 2 weeks from now, 6 months from now, 6 years from now, like what is actually going to happen with any of these. We've all experienced this, clearly. We've experienced some form of lip service to an idea, and then yet here we still are. The reality still remains that it's not a level playing field. And where do we go from here? Like, what else is there to say? It's not level. I don't know. I'm really the difference between the what's on paper and what people actually experience. I think that it's two levels, right? The first level, which unfortunately is just the way society is run right now, it's all about money. It's what money are you putting into it? Who are you hiring somebody who's going to be a strong supporter, enforcer, collaborator, supporter for minorities of all types within your organization or institution? Are you paying them for their work? Are you acknowledging that you need to make changes into your organization or not? Right. So it's like, what's your budget for actually addressing this? And that, by the way, that goes to a lot of different things. That's everything to accommodations for physical and mental health to, inclusion across many levels, like we've been saying. But it's also, what's your maternity leave policy? Do you have a room for people who can breastfeed? What's your bathroom policy, which is something that still, unfortunately, isn't something that people still have to deal with. Amazingly, even now, it's the collection of how much money are you actually dedicating, and realizing that that's something that should be built into any budget for anything, because it is important. And then on the other side, it is the interpersonal. So a lot of that does have to do with respecting and actually listening to the things that minorities are telling you within your institution. If they notice something and they tell you about it, that means that they trust you. And that is something that should be taken very seriously, because it actually takes a lot to get to that step where you feel comfortable telling somebody in a position of authority to change whatever it is that they've noticed is a problem. I think, like Megan, like you mentioned earlier, like so many people who have a range of different disabilities in particular are completely not, for lack of a better term, out about it at their workplace or at their academic institution, just for fear of being labeled a certain way, for fear of the perception that they are trying to do something wrong or get out of something. Just there's so much anxiety that can be wrapped up into something like that, to being honest about who you are. And there's a lot of, as you said, there's a lot of privilege that comes with being able to be open about it and know that, your opinion about your workplace will be taken seriously. So it's the interpersonal and it's the budgetary, to be quite frank. That's an important part of what we like to call HR, human resources, but it's really actually just, it's much more fundamental. It's, are the people you work with actually being themselves at work or in your academic institution? Are they free to do that? And the only way that you're going to actually know that is if you ask them and they feel comfortable being honest with you. So it's a tough conversation. Yeah. But it's necessary.
You've pointed towards the fact that it's so multifaceted and multi-layered. There are so many issues going from being, it's like the circular argument of being able to empower your workforce to be able to feel comfortable and confident enough to raise this, but also why should they have to raise it? Why aren't these things core to your strategy? And I think centering EDI, so equity, diversity, inclusion, accessibility, to your company strategy or your university or your department strategy can make such a big difference because you think about it at every step. Ben, I'd love to hear from you.
Cheers. I think like you hinted to in your introduction, there's rarely a lack of goodwill on these issues, and that people often like to think that they're happy to make a difference and be inclusive, but when it comes to actually taking actions that are helpful, easy to monitor and constructive, it can be quite a different picture. And as Luke alluded to, everything that happened over the summer of last year, whilst it was obviously really good to see issues of racism, diversity being highlighted, in some ways it was also quite frustrating, both because there were clearly some people who thought that this became an issue sometime in the middle of 2020, and that they were now at the cutting edge of working on these things. And that's not a bad thing, in the sense that I would prefer that they thought it was an issue in the middle of 2020 from then on in, rather than they thought it was never an issue and didn't think that in the future. But the other thing, I guess, is that there was a lack of what I would call appreciation of the fact that people have been working on these things, people from these groups who have experiences and ideas and actually kind of know what they're working towards. There were lots of initiatives, as Luke said, diversity statements and working groups, and they were all about sort of very high profile things. In the UK, a big one was removing statues, and I'm like, okay, fine, but 6 months later, they've all gone completely quiet, and none of the discussions really had any meaningful impact on most people's lives. Fair enough, maybe it brought institutional attention to the issue and it's now on the back burner rather than being in the freezer, but it can be quite frustrating. In terms of the emotional labour, I guess I always wonder, because people always say, we can't put the emotional labour on minorities, and that's obviously very true. But in my experience, most minority groups have struggled through so much that they're actually quite willing to do something about it. And that doesn't mean that we expect them to or make it part of their job description, but there's often a degree of willing to make those changes if they don't involve doing all the work on your own. I think that that's something that needs to be thought about in a more constructive way, because I've often seen a massive swing in the other direction now, in that there's people coming up with diversity strategies who have no idea what they're doing from a good place, because they don't want to include they don't want to make the minority groups do it, but then they're proposing stuff, and I'm like, that's not going to work. It's not going to make a difference. You have no way of monitoring whether or not it's going to be effective. The obvious solution is to have sensible conversations with these groups about what they would like you to do, rather than assuming that writing a diversity statement and posting a black square on Instagram will fix stuff for that group. Because it's really nice that you did it, but it's not a solution. It doesn't help anyone's life fundamentally. Maybe I'm a bit cynical, but...
No, I mean, another solution is hire somebody it's their job. They are trained in doing this, and
right?
Also has personal experience with it. Like, there are so many, like, gender, racial, all other kinds of minorities who literally do EDI work for their career, and they are for hire, and they have expertise in this. I honestly don't understand why every major company doesn't have for lack of a better term, like a chief diversity and inclusion officer. That should be a C-suite level position. I don't know if that's what people consider, human resources to be, but it's not really the function of human resources in my experience. I don't understand why organizations don't dedicate money to it. I mean, it's it's actually like such a basic idea. It's like, just put it on your payroll and then trust them, give them the authority to make changes and to talk to people. You know, this is part of having an integrated workplace. You know, like, we can't just pretend that workplaces are just going to be cis het white forever. They're not. Like, it's so basic. I don't understand why it's not like, it's just such an easy thing to be like, to hire somebody to do part of that work. And that's not to say that they won't be consulting with people within those institutions. Of course they will. That's a huge part of it. But if you hire somebody who has, you know, expertise and knowledge, then so much of that, you know, starting up work is, you don't have to go through that. That's what people get educations in this for. Anyway, this is a huge sticking point with me. I'm sorry for ranting.
Oh, Megan, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to jump in and say I agree with both the other panelists in that it's really important that we see meaningful change and not just performative action. Like, I don't just want to see you make a statement or do something for your optics. And I think that in my personal experience, a lot of people who go for representation roles tend to come from minorities. And I think it's because we have a much bigger stake in those changes being made. I think that's kind of a lot of the crux of this discussion is that if you are perfectly content and feel able and supported in doing your work, you don't have as big an investment in seeing these changes because it's not limiting you on your day-to-day. And that actually real action comes from making sure that you're supporting your employees, your students, to be as productive and as successful as possible. And it tends to be people with a bigger stake in it that do the work that actually make all this happen.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Two things. So firstly, I had to remember where I was for a second because I felt like I was in a pub chatting to my friends and having a right old whinge about this, which who amongst us hasn't? But secondly, you know, I think one thing that I really struggle with is organizations that, for lack of, you know, this is a generalization, but white, cis, het, able-bodied representatives of an organization decide, you know, this is what we need to do. And there will be people that are minorities within their workplace or within their lab or wherever that are saying, okay, here's what you need to do. And then it's like water on their ears. They don't listen because they think they know better, when actually experience and tacit knowledge can't be replaced. You can't teach that. And I think a lot of emotional exhaustion for a lot of minorities last year, you know, given everything that was happening, particularly for Black people and Black trans people, was seeing everyone start posting on their Instagram stories infographics to do with racism, which I have nothing against as long as you're actually doing something about it. It's a good way to spread the word, and I will never, like, you know, do you, but if I know that you're like a low-key racist in your day-to-day life and you're posting that, or you've bullied me from being from a poorer background, then, you know, that's on you. And I think I think the amount of emotional exhaustion a lot of minorities felt last year because of it, it's just exacerbated the issue. And if people don't start taking this seriously now, then that says a lot about them. Now, coming back, I'm going to pull it back to the space sector a little bit, because we have a spacey audience, and you know, I'm sure they'd love to hear, you know, your experiences as people that are minorities, who, by the way, you know, this is evidence that we have a stake in it, is that we're here on a Saturday, some of us at 7 a.m, willing to talk about it, organised by a group of volunteers who care about this. But, you know, as minorities within the sector, what advice would you give to people in order to firstly make the experience a bit easier for them, or to make them feel a bit more empowered within all of this? Because what we've talked about has been quite negative. I'd like to give some sense of hope to our viewers. So Ben, if you want to go first.
Cheers. Yeah, and I completely agree with and understand what you were saying. Very often what happened in 2020 was exhausting, all the more so because, you know, people were expending effort posting on social media, yet when you ask them to do something that actually helps someone, it's exhausting. What advice would I give? I think that's a really good question, and obviously it will really depend on participants, you know, listeners' backgrounds, what they want to do. my fundamental philosophy, maybe it doesn't work for others, is that you have just kind of got to get on with it. And I don't mean that in like a blasé way or like in an uncaring way, but you've got to do your career. And if for you, that means focusing on the issues that you see as important of underrepresentation and doing that, go for it, do that. If for you that means taking a step back and keeping your identity and your personal life separate from your career, you do that. I think the worst thing that you could do is allow yourself to become angry and upset and then not do anything about it, because I often find that the people who are most frustrated, and we all know some people within our minority communities who can be quite difficult to work with. When that happens, I think when people are angry and upset but they don't, or they're not able to, or they don't want to take steps to address the problems of representational discrimination that they see. So I really would say, we're all people, but we're here because we're interested in the space sector. So don't let yourself lose track of what you're interested in and what you're doing. I've found, so I obviously work within Oxford. I work, within the Royal Astronomical Society, and then within the science team, so within the NASA organization. It's interesting that you'll find common threads of people who push back against change because that they think they know better, or because they just don't like change. But if you can identify people who are high up, who are willing to work with you and listen to what you have to say and make the changes you suggest, that can make your life a lot easier. And I don't just mean a mentor, I mean someone who's actually going to go out and enact the sorts of things that you want to see, or at least to listen to what you have to say and develop a plan based on that. Maybe it's, again, overly cynical, but I think if you're thinking about these sorts of things, or indeed any other career, you've got to sort of divide the issues, the problems that you see, into the things that you are going to tackle and the things that you aren't going to tackle, because none of us can tackle everything. None of us have the expertise or the skills to tackle everything. And it's all right to get angry and upset about the things you are going to tackle. And the things that you just can't do anything about, yes, they're upset and they're annoying and they're irritating, but it's important to not let those consume everything that you do. And it might sound a little bit odd, but I think, we all have a vision, right? The reason that people get involved in space research is not because they want to shed loads of money. It's because they have a vision of something slightly greater. So I would say also don't lose track of that. And that doesn't mean don't focus on the things that are important to you, but also don't try and fix everything yourself, because you'll just end up making yourself very unhappy doing that.
Right, Ben, thank you. You sound like my therapist, to be quite honest, who so many times. But actually, we've got some questions from the audience, and Luke and Megan, I'm actually going to come to you both to address one of each that tie into the question that I've just asked, if that's okay. We're going to try and envelop as much as we can into the last few minutes of this. So starting with Megan. So now we've got a message from an anonymous first-year PhD student in a department with no Black staff members, no visible minority representation of any kind. The EDI group is all white, cis, able-bodied professors who make performative action but no real meaningful impact. How can they convince the university to spend money on hiring a consultant to improve the culture here and actually make a difference in EDI? And then the question I'm come to with Luke is from audience member Luis, who says, as a Brazilian, and this is a bit of a trigger warning to do with violence against LGBT people, so if sorry about that if that upsets you. As a Brazilian, I see a lot of violence against LGBT people verbally and physically, and as a project coordinator, I see that some people feel very unsafe and unwelcomed because of past experiences in life, news, and a general feeling of being left out. How can I create a more welcoming environment for these people? So if we start with Megan and then move to Luke. Thank you.
Hi, so thank you for your question. I'll be perfectly honest, as a white person, I have no idea how I can best support you in specifically dealing with other white disabled people. And I can talk to you about disability, but I'm probably not the best person to ask about that. I can support you as an individual, and I can say that for me, my advice for any disabled person coming in would be you do what you feel is best for you. So if you know that something is an issue and there's an easy solution, you need to go and talk to your pastoral tutor or your accessibility team and talk to them about how that might, what those real changes mean for you. And in turn, then that they can look at what those real changes might mean for someone else. Because a lot of it, in my experience, is about having precedent. so that if you've established something that works and there's an example there, that example is there for someone else. I think Ben might be able to talk a bit more about dealing with homogeneity in EDI. But I think from a disability point of view, you've got to focus on what those meaningful changes are for you. And it's really hard to need to educate people all the time. And it's really hard and it's tiring. And I think, similar to what Ben said, you've got to take a step back and think, well, I'm not going to fix the world. I'm not going to fix society. And actually, there is an expectation in academia that people want you to do well. I've been really well supported by my supervisory team and by my pastoral tutor. And that a lot of that, the EDI stuff I do, I've kind of just fallen into by default of being more open about my own experiences. And I think a lot of it is just figuring out, what do you need as an individual? Bring that up, make sure you get that help. And then that precedent will help somebody else. And I think that's what you've got to focus on, is the small changes that will impact you directly.
Okay, thank you. Briefly, Ben, just because you're the only non-white person on the panel, I'm assuming, so please go ahead and add anything briefly, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, cheers. And that sounds like obviously a very difficult situation. I think there's a line that I would kind of have to draw between what would be the case in the ideal world and what you should realistically do. You know, what you might want to do and what you should do regardless is to try and see whether, you know, there are learned societies, for example, the Royal Astronomical Society. If you're in a slightly different field, it might be someone else, who have people who you can turn to for advice. I think many of them will. The other things are looking at whether there is a staff network for students from ethnic minorities who might be able to provide you advice on how to make these suggestions and changes. And you know, also looking to other student groups within the university who might have done that. They might not be black students, but they might have advice on, you know, how they've had to interact with these committees and what they've pushed for. The other kind of more practical aspects, and again, this will depend very much on who you are, what your situation is, and so on. But if you feel comfortable doing it, that is you know, whilst it's obviously not great that you're the only person that looks like you in the department, it does put you in a position to say, this is not okay and we need to do more about it. Now, fair enough, you might not feel comfortable doing that. But I think the unfortunate truth is, you know, being the first or one of the first in any group in any situation is never easy. I think, you know, we're probably all kidding ourselves a bit if we presume that people who don't look like us are going to make life easier for people who look like us by telepathy. It's never easy for people who have to be trailblazers in that field, and it probably never would be. So, you know, if you are comfortable stepping up to that role, I think you'll find lots of people who support you. You'd probably be surprised amongst the sort of, I don't want to say old white men, but you know, the senior older faculty in the department who are quite commonly found in these sorts of roles. Some of them, even if they don't look like you or sound like you or come from that background, will be able to empathize with some of the aspects of things that you're saying. So I would go back to, if you want to make these changes and you feel comfortable, the best thing to do first out is try and figure out who the allies are within the institution. Yeah. Try and figure out what their agenda is. And, you know, very often, if you can sit down, and I would say in a pub, obviously you can't do that now, if you can sit down and have a nice chat with someone about the issues that are troubling you, who's senior, I actually think more often than not, they'll start to listen. The issues happen when you try and bring these things up in big committee meetings and they just decide it's easy not to listen, or you send them an email and they send a rude email back, or you get into a fight on Twitter. So it's tough, but if you are able to, I would encourage you to try and reach out to other groups and to people in leadership who you think might be sympathetic.
Thank you, Ben. I'm so sorry. This is going to be the last. Luke, you're going to have to take the last question. There's been so much interesting information come out. We have 2 minutes left. Go.
No worries, no worries. So actually, if it's possible, I think it might be good if I spoke with this person offline as well, because I think that it's definitely more than a 30-second answer. But just to briefly address it, I'm really glad that this was brought up because I wasn't sure if it was going to be. You know, everywhere in the world, in some places more than others, there is definitely still a lot of physical violence and physical safety concerns that trans people still have to deal with. And I am definitely part of that. A lot of my past, I have experienced like physical and verbal harassment before. And it's not something that was limited to after I came out as transgender. It was also when I was living as a lesbian woman as well. I think that sometimes people don't, don't really recognize that still happens. It's everything from dirty looks and microaggressions to homicide. It is still a problem. And obviously, transgender people are not the only minorities for which that is still a problem. But I think that in all the conversations about bathrooms and pronouns, sometimes we like to forget that physical safety is still a concern for people. So I want to talk to this person about how they can make their environment seem more welcoming. A lot of it has lines with what we've been talking about before, demonstrations of interpersonal empathy and kindness, all the way to institutional changes and budgetary allocations for support. But I'd like to go more in depth with that person because that's a very unique experience. And maybe we can connect offline. Hopefully one of our moderators can help connect. So
Yeah.
I wanted to leave on a bit of a dour note there.
Well, your Twitter handles on the program. You can find all of the on the program with their Twitter handle. Thank you all so much. I can see Molly has popped up, which means that we're over time. But that was an enlightening and wonderful and actually really lovely conversation. I know it was really difficult, but until we have these conversations and we make people uncomfortable, we can't bring change. So thank you so much to Luke, Megan and Ben for your time, and again to UK SEDS for the organisation of this event. And have a great day ahead to all of our viewers.
Thank you, Anu. Thanks. Great conversation.
A massive thank you to Anu for chairing that panel so excellently. I'm so sorry that we didn't have more time. I honestly could have listened to you talk about that all day. As someone who is gay and not white, it's to hear those conversations is so great. So thank you all for sharing your experiences and highlighting just how much of a battle it can be in academia, the sector, life as a whole, and it's given people real insight into what they can do and their privileges. So yeah, thank you so much. We have run a little bit over, so it's now time to take a break for lunch. So I'm sure you are all very hungry. So we will be back here at 1:35 when we will be joined by Dr. Alfredo Carpinetti, who will be doing a talk titled Space, the Final Front Queer, which I'm very excited for. So thank you very much and see you after lunch. Hello and welcome back to Diversity in Space Careers. For those of you who have joined recently, my name is Molly and I'm the diversity team lead at UK SEDS, the UK's National Student Space Society. Today we'll be discussing the importance of diversity and inclusion and hearing about the work and research of some truly inspirational people within the sector. If you have any questions for our speakers, please make sure to submit them via the Q&A function. We've had some great questions in, so keep them rolling. We'll now be hearing from Dr. Alfredo Carpenetti, an astrophysicist and writer for IFL Science. He is also the founder and chair of Pride in STEM and has been recognised as one of the 100 LGBTQ+ trailblazers by Attitude magazine. If there was an award for best presentation name on the day of the conference today, he would certainly win that too. So over to Alfredo with his talk, Space, the Final Frontier.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here at the Diversity in Space Career Conference, and I'm Dr. Alfredo Carpenetti. I was asked to tell you a little bit about my work, my specific interest in space, and my social activism. And to do that, I have created this talk that is summed up in the title, Space, the Final Frontier. I'm Dr. Alfredo Carpenetti, my pronouns are he, him. I'm the chair and founder of Pride in STEM, the largest UK-based charitable trust, working to showcase and support the work and just the identities of LGBTQ+ people in STEM. I'm an astrophysicist, I'm a science communicator, and a journalist. And I'm a virgin homosexual, which will become useful later in the talk. So, what is the plan for the talk? We are going to be touching a little bit about my research in science, my interest in space, which is galaxy evolution in the local universe. Then we're gonna be talking a little bit about my work in science communication and journalism, and then we'll finish with the activism, what it's like being LGBTQ+ in STEM. And I will give you a little tidbit at the end that sort of sum up the parts of my professional identity. First of all, a failed tale, which is always important to make people realize that sometimes things don't work out and you need to come up with alternative plans. So my first approach to my PhD, my first project, didn't go anywhere. Project that I was on was way beyond me in terms of doing stuff with computers, and I struggled with it, but I was lucky that I was then offered a different project that I was very, very happy to undertake, and it went very well as I got my PhD. So that project was all about galaxy evolution. So here's beautiful pictures of 8 galaxies and actually a few more, because there are some nearby that you can see on the edges. And you can see that there is this gorgeous difference in all these galaxies. Some are blue, some are red, some are spherical, some are thin, some are spiral, some are a complete mess. And that's where I am coming in with my PhD. What I've studied is how this galaxy change shape, how they go from one to another. And in particular, I looked at how late-type galaxy, which are what we classify as spirals or bar spiral, like the Milky Way, and irregular galaxy, which are the sort of young and active and full of energy kind of galaxies, end up looking like early-type galaxies, which are lenticular and elliptical galaxies. And these lenticular and elliptical tend to have less activity, tend to be older, tend to be redder. And the secret to turn an active galaxy, like a late-type galaxy, into a more massive, older, early-type galaxy is through galaxy mergers. So you have this spiral galaxy turning into elliptical galaxies, but the process is not straightforward, and it takes billions of years. So we have first an approach between the galaxy in which they start interacting, then there is an ongoing merger, and you see these tidal bridges, we call them a stretch of stars and gas between the galaxies where massive star formation is taking place. And then they're getting closer near coalescence, so things are getting a lot more exciting towards the center of the galaxy where supermassive black holes resides. So that's usually when supermassive black holes start kicking in and there's a burst of activity. And then you have the post-merger, which is sort of where I focused my work, trying to understand exactly how a merger turns into an elliptical. One of the things that I will always be grateful is the Galaxy Zoo merger catalog and the work done by so many citizen scientists. And I focused on 3003 binary mergers and 370 post-mergers in my work. And these are some of my nice post-merger galaxies that I use my PhD. As I said, elliptical galaxies tend to be older and redder, and there is this saying that elliptical galaxies are red and dead. But what I found is that that is not always the case, and because they are formed through mergers and this type of accretion event, there is a residual activity in a lot of these ellipticals, so they are not as dead as people previously thought. I finished my PhD almost 7 years ago, and since then I've been working as a science communicator and as a science journalist. My science communicator side is called The Astroholic and is a complex media platform. There is blogs, there is art, there is videos, there is podcasts, a little bit of everything, where I talk about astronomy however I however I want. It's my own. I do a live show that I broadcast in which I mix cocktails and talk about science, and I have a podcast with my husband where he asks me questions about astronomy, and I try my best to answer them their own 2 feet. It's an absolute pleasure working on something that is just mine and I can do whatever I want with it. But again, I understand how privileged I am that I have the time to do something like that. But my main job, my full-time job is as a science journalist. I work for IFL Science. I am their space correspondent, and I, although don't cover just space, as you can see, I really enjoyed writing about space and communicating space and talking about science in general. There's certain some complexity in becoming a professional science communicator. There is a lot of expectation, especially when you are still in uni or just starting, that you'll do anything for free. I've been quite lucky that most of the talks that I've been invited to, professionally speaking, have been paid. Maybe not enough to survive, unfortunately, but definitely enough that I didn't feel that I was being exploited, which is good. I felt that it was crucial in my journey to become a professional science communicator and science journalist was starting with The Astroholic and having a blog, having something that I could put energies and idea into, and something that I could learn from, and something that would push me to be more creative and more innovative when I was trying to explain concept. The world is your oyster in creating your own content. Find something that works for you and keep practicing. The final section is activism. My journey into science cannot be separated from my work as an activist and my identity as a cis gay man. Some science happen in a physical vacuum, but no science happen in a historical vacuum. Science is political. We cannot shy away from this fact. In general, the situation for LGBTQ plus people in STEM is quite bad, and this is why I describe myself as a raging homosexual. Because if you aren't raging, you're not been paying attention. There are so many reasons to be frustrated and upset about how LGBTQ plus people are treated in STEM industry. A good fraction of them are not out in the workplace compared to how much they're out to their friends and family. A good fraction of LGBTQ plus people experience harassment in the workplace. This is from the American Physical Society LGBT Climate in Physics report from 2016. It shows that almost 1 in 2 trans and gender non-conforming people are harassed in their department. There is a general lack of understanding and general lack of education about LGBTQ issues. LGBTQ employees are pressured to stay in the closet if they want to continue their career, and employees are expected to not act too gay. Always making me wonder if there is a scale from, 0 to Elton John, and you need to fall on a specific line to be a physicist. Obviously, it's nonsense. Things, unfortunately, as always, are worse for trans and gender non-conforming people, with a large fraction not feeling comfortable using toilet work, people ignoring pronouns, and not having any health benefit that covers trans needs. In the UK, LGBT plus respondent from this survey from the Royal Society of Chemistry, Institute of Physics, and Royal Astronomical Society have experienced harassment in their workplace. 28% of LGBT plus physical scientists have considered leaving the workplace. 20% of trans physical scientists have considered leaving it often. Brand new work in Science Advances has shown that LGBT scientists in the US experience career limitation, devaluation, and harassment in the workplace. The situation is absolutely terrible. What we need, what we want, is an inclusive and intersectional revolution. It's not just about getting people in the door. It's not just about people being visible. It's about people feeling that they belong, feeling that they're valued, feeling that their opinion and their identity matters. We need to challenge our own biases, and we need to understand our own privileges, and we need to commit, all of us, to make the world science a better place. What can we do to make things easier for LGBTQ plus people? Well, at an individual level, you can add your pronouns in your signatures or wearing badges, be an ally proactively. If your senior, share statement of support, and always participate in new education and mentorship and awareness training. It's so important because we always have to learn more. If by any chance you have a little bit of power or you can influence the direction of an organization, then consider having gender neutral bathroom, consider working with your internal network to see what you can do as an organization to help LGBTQ plus people in your organization. You don't have a network, maybe you can see what it can be done to start it. So what kind of support can be put in place to start it. Make sure there are safeguards in HR document for LGBTQ plus issues, from transition to working abroad. Making sure that you mark important events, making sure that the LGBTQ plus community in your organization doesn't feel that they don't belong. It's crucial. And this brings us to Pride in STEM, which is, as I said, charitable trust that I founded and I run. We do a lot of events in supporting and showcasing all the different aspects of our wonderful community. We have a huge social media presence, so we spread awareness of issues, paper, people, etc. And we are active participants of an all-party parliamentary group organized at the British Science Association to improve diversity, inclusion, and belonging in science. one of the things that we're most proud of is being one of the driving force between LGBTQ plus STEM Day, the International Day of LGBTQ plus people in science, technology, engineering, and maths, which is now celebrated on November 18th, online and everywhere. These are the co-organizer with Pride in STEM, and these are some of the wonderful supporters of the initiative. And to conclude, I'm just gonna give you a little clip from one of the Astrologic Live at Green Man Festival that I hope shows both my passion for science, my passion for talking about science, and also being extremely gay. Enjoy, and thank you very much.
I think it's ironic that you chose Venus, which is where women are from. So, like, what is there for you on that planet?
This is why I'm staying 30 kilometers above the surface.
Thank you so much for preparing that presentation, Alfredo, and for joining us today. I guess before we get into the serious questions, I must know, did you come up with the name for your presentation specifically for this event, or is it a title that you've been sitting on for a while, just waiting to bring out?
It is actually the second time that I use it. It was last year. I was invited to talk about, obviously, Pride in STEM, but specifically they asked me if I could give it a presentation about my PhD. And it's been years since I finished my PhD in 2014. So I was just like, oh, how do I combine space, being queer, and then it just, we were doing a massive Star Trek rewatch at the time, so it was just like a light bulb moment.
It is perfect, and it does sum up the talk quite well. So on to Pride in STEM, what was your inspiration for setting that up? Because it's an organisation that I've known of for quite a while, and that I've been to some of your stuff, and I'm very aware of it. What inspired you to set that up?
We didn't start it with any grand plan in mind. When the landscape was very different 6 years ago. We had the first LGBTQ seminar. There were few organizations, most organizations were actually in universities, and me and some friends, we just looking to put together a marching group for Pride in London, and we didn't have one that was very was welcoming to scientists, for lack of a better term. They were like inter-engineering and inter-tech, but I was an astrophysicist. The other friends were all in the natural sciences. So we're like, oh, we should put together something. We've wrote a little web page, because at the time to make an application to March you need to have a web page, an email address, and a sort of ethos. And because it was a lot easier for strangers to join your marching group, they can just say, hey, I'm in that little slice of the community as well, could I march with you? And we were expecting that was the kind of emails that we would be getting. So that was late March, early April 2016. And over the 6 weeks after, the emails that we kept getting were people asking for advice, struggling in the workplace and university, and wanted to know if we had any resources to share on how to improve LGBTQ, to help LGBTQ plus issue people in the workplace, how to improve LGBTQ plus issues in the workplace. And we didn't have any of that. So what we thought, okay, we are a marching group. We don't have to do anything more, but maybe we can put together some resources that we can send these people, or at least a list of places where we can send them. And over time, it was just like, okay, we have all these resources. We're organizing events, and we realized that we could do much more as a actual organization with a structure, and that's why we decided to become a charitable trust, so that we had things in place to work, but also things in place to be held accountable for what we were doing.
And it's fantastic work that you do. And I guess speaking from a personal note, like having organizations like Pride in STEM there is one of the reasons that I feel comfortable being out at university or in a professional sense. Because I've been involved with LGBT professional societies myself, and it's an amazing opportunity. But what advice would you give to someone who is LGBTQ+ about to enter the professional world and doesn't know just how to be out at work?
Well, first of all, is you don't have to be out of work if you don't want or if you don't feel safe. There is there is no perfect roadmap of what there's no good LGBTQ+ person in STEM. If you don't want to be out for your entire career, that's absolutely up to you. And it doesn't have to just be because you don't feel safe or you think this might hinder yourself. You need to find what is good for you. If you feel that there is no drawbacks in being out and you want to be out, just tell people. It's a scary conversation, but if you think that not having that conversation is holding you back, you will find that saying it out loud, it will make all the difference. Again, make sure that you're doing it in a safe way, in the sense that make sure that the company have your back, your colleagues have your back, etc. Because there is unfortunately a lot of LGBTQ+ phobia still in the STEM industry, as I've mentioned in my talk.
Yeah, for sure. Is there any particular challenges that you have faced being a gay physicist, and how did you overcome them?
I've been extremely fortunate. I'm not only quite privileged, I am cis, I'm white, I'm from I have a family that support me, I'm from Italy. I had a few few homophobic mentions here and there throughout my PhD, but I'm also somebody that will call them out immediately and made them people sorry to even have addressed me in such terms or hint at such things. But again, I come from a background that allowed me to know that if there was a serious thing, I had people that had my back, my friends, my family. Not everyone is as lucky that they can just say, oh, you do realize that is extremely homophobic, right? And just call people out, even if they are higher ups. So the fact that I could do that, I understand that not everyone is in a position of just call people out. But I am being also very lucky that I, at least to my face, it's just been passing comments like that. It's never been anything more serious.
Yes, no, I get what you mean, and it's great to hear that it has stuck to passing comments, because I know for a lot of people they are not so lucky, myself included. I feel very privileged that I've never had something that has been overly detrimental to my mental health, but little comments, they do knock you back, and it can be incredibly hard. And on that note, I guess when people do make comments, or when you are constantly having to sort of correct people or speak out and be an advocate, how do you look after your mental health whilst doing that, and make sure you're looking after you too?
Yes, that is, it is quite a challenge. We have been, obviously, Pride in STEM is a staunch advocate for the rights of trans people and non-binary people, which online, you might have noticed, you definitely know if you're not cis, but even if you're cis, you might have noticed the amount of transphobia in the UK online over the last several years. We have been in the midst of Twitter storms that have targeted not only Pride and STEM but also me and Sheldon, one of our trustees, who helped with the social media. So it was people looking for our private stuff. They photoshopped me in so many Nazi Germany parades, and it was very taxing mental health, but I had two things that I could remember. First of all, how lucky I am that I could just turn it off and ignore it for a while. Not everyone can do that. The other thing is I am, my mental health tends to be very stable, so I don't have too many drawbacks in this kind of events. Obviously, it was weighing on my mind. But then something else kicked in that I just realized that these horrible people, first of all, it was better that they were wasting time bothering me than some trans kid who would be extremely affected by that. But also, they knew my name, they were looking at my stuff, they were retweeting, they were making retweets of my stuff with awful comments. And so I started just messaging, replying to them, just saying, "You're an anonymous troll. I don't give a fuck about you. But you'll never, ever forget my name. I'm Dr. Alfredo Carpenetti, and it's etched into your mind forever." And that thing, the fact that they realized that they were obsessing over me, and I could tell them, "I don't care about you because you're just somebody out there, but you know exactly who I am," made them really stop. So
exactly, and they'll remember your name. They'll remember Dr.
Yeah,
Alfredo.
it's an unorthodox strategy, but it worked for me, and all these people after a while just stop.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for sharing your experiences, and thank you so much for joining us today. It's been wonderful chatting to you. Unfortunately, that is all that we have time for. I'd just like to make a quick apology for any interruptions or technical difficulties that appeared during that stream. And also apologies, Alfredo did say a little bit of a swear word, but it's fine. It's okay. But yes, thank you very much. We're now going to take a very short break just to hear from our sponsors today. And after that, we will be joined by Armin, who will be leading the panel on how to get your dream job within the sector. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Somewhere past the edge of convention, beyond the boundaries of tomorrow, lies a special kind of impossible. A kind of impossible where pioneers forge ahead. Where no idea is too bold and no challenge too great. Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible until it's not. Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible until it's not. And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be. Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known. To define possible.
Have you ever witnessed the devastation caused by a volcanic eruption? Or seen a ship run aground? Been irritated by seemingly endless traffic jams caused by yet more unnecessary roadworks? Is broadband infrastructure still too slow for you? Do you wonder how diagnosis and treatments can be developed to overcome health problems? A new generation of quantum technologies offers the potential to address these problems and more. Quantum theory is the science of the very small. It explains the behaviour of matter and its interactions with energy on the scale of atoms and subatomic particles. Harnessing the properties present at this level, we can achieve things that traditional technologies cannot. We call this quantum technology. The Quantum Technology Hub for Sensors and Metrology is developing smaller, cheaper, more accurate and energy-efficient components for a new range of previously impossible devices and systems. So, in the future, we'll be able to do things like improve the management of infrastructure below ground. Our gravity sensors will improve seeing what's underfoot without having to cause traffic-disrupting holes. We aim to improve environmental monitoring by detecting changes in volcanic activity, so those in affected areas can be evacuated safely and in good time. We will support advances in healthcare using quantum-enhanced devices, working towards the earlier diagnosis and treatment of heart and brain conditions, and supporting dementia research. Our work with clocks aims to enhance the performance of onboard navigation and GPS-based systems, allowing vessels to avoid unseen hazards and bolstering ultra-fast broadband communication. At the Quantum Technology Hub for Sensors and Metrology, we are bringing together expertise in physics and engineering, pioneering groundbreaking technologies, and working towards a safer, easier, and more peaceful future for us all. If you would like to discuss the implications of quantum technologies, please contact us.
Welcome back and thank you for joining us. The panel today is led by Armin, the careers team lead at UKCEDS, who is an astrophysicist at UCL. With him is Kathy Bowden, the leader of skills and careers development at the UK Space Agency, Vanita Mawaha Madil, founder of Rocket Women and a project manager at Mission Control Space Services, and Dr. Craig Brown, vice president for major programs at SatixFy. So over to Armin and the rest of the panel. Thank you all for joining us.
Hi everyone, welcome to the second panel today at Diversity in Space Careers. As Molly said, my name is Armin Ziadlerad and I'm a student at UCL studying astrophysics. First of all, a big thank you to the UKCEDS diversity team for organising this. This is an amazing event, and thank you to all the sponsors and people that have gone into helping organise this today. So I'm going to give a quick, allow the panelists to give introductions of themselves. We're going to go around and let everyone give a quick introduction. So, Kathy, do you want to start?
Sure, thanks, Armin. As Molly's just said, Kathy Bowden from the UK Space Agency. I lead for skills and careers development, so very much working across the whole of the space sector, across what we call the partnership, to lead on people, skills and culture. Very exciting times. I came to the sector through the mining sector, where I had been working in Earth observation and remote sensing through consultancy, and the rest of it's quite a long story, but who cares? It's good fun. I'm here.
Fantastic. Craig, do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. So hi, everybody. So my name is Craig Brown. Pronouns are he and him. I am vice president for major programs at a company called SatixFy. So it's a telecommunications technology company. Before that, I worked for Innovate UK, which was the UK government's innovation agency. So I know UKCEDS very well. I was a trustee for UKCEDS for a number of years. And I was on the UKCEDS committee 20 years ago, so sometime back. But yeah, very happy to kind of be here.
Fantastic. And finally, Vanita.
Hello everyone. My name is Vanita, and I'm the founder of an initiative called Rocket Women, which aims to inspire the next generation of young women to choose a career in STEM and focus on space and technology industries. And I'm also a project manager and working in business development at Mission Control in Ottawa in Canada. And we're a space exploration and robotics company developing software for space robotics and autonomous systems to enable both human and robotic exploration, focused on lunar exploration mainly, and also on mission operations and AI. And my background is in operations mainly for human spaceflight and robotics. Previously, I was based at the European Space Agency at ESTEC in the Netherlands, working on operations for future human spaceflight projects, mainly the European Robotic Arm, which is a new robotic arm that we're launching to the space station this year. And my background's also working at the European Astronaut Centre on medical technology projects, including a skin suit as well.
Great. Well, as everyone can see, there's quite a nice range of career paths and careers currently. So this panel is going to be all about getting a dream job in the sector and challenges that people have faced getting those jobs. So I think a good place to start would be going through the panel and asking, how did you get to kind of the job you are in today? And were there any particular milestones that shaped that journey or made that difficult along the way?
Do you want me to kick off again?
Yeah, sure, Kathy, yeah.
So as I mentioned before, I did a degree in geology and joined a mining company, but I was very lucky because when I first started with them, they suggested that I might spend an extended period working in the States, but more importantly, training to use this new technology that was Earth observation. And the result, the end result to some extent is history. I spent 10 years working in the mining industry, developing our own Earth observation team, working globally across all types of different mineral bits of exploration and environmental issues. Then went to work for a consultancy company that was selling data back to the sector, to all sectors. And then, you asked about milestones. Then I needed to take some time to have children. And, without any doubt, life is full of choices, and those can be quite a big milestone one. And I loved my children. I wanted to be around for them when they were little, so I then consulted for 5 or 6 years while they were small, and then came back ultimately to work within the academic community, leading and supporting a research group, which was great fun, gave me a different experience. I'd been in industry, I then had some time in academia, I could see the different drivers in both places, and then was seconded to the space agency to do some work, and that's where I am now. So I think, for me, the biggest milestone is undoubtedly children.
It's a nice milestone to have. Who wants to go next?
Shall I keep the order, I guess?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So yeah, I've had a bit of a meandering career path, really. So starting at the beginning, so I did my physics degree, master's at the University of Leicester in physics with space science and technology. After graduation, I was unemployed for 6 months, so that was quite an interesting time. You're led to believe that you do a physics degree, you'll be able to get a job no problem, but that wasn't quite the case. But was very lucky to get onto the Young Graduate Trainee Programme at the European Space Agency after about 6 months, signing on job seekers allowance. I worked out at Aztec for about a year and a half. And while I was there, my boss offered to pay for a PhD for me. So I went back to Leicester, did a PhD for 3 years. And during that period, I managed to get a job at Astrium, what is now Airbus Defence and Space. Went straight from my PhD to work at Airbus. Spent a good year while I was working at Airbus, writing up my PhD. So that again was an interesting, challenging thing. I wouldn't recommend writing up while working, quite difficult, but got there in the end. And then while I was at Airbus, my job changed. I started as a mission systems engineer doing space mission design. Did that for about 4 years, and then moved over to a different part of the business, looking at satellite applications. Did that for 2 years as the principal innovation engineer at Airbus, and then got a job at the innovation agency. So Innovate UK was the technology strategy board when I joined it. Switched over to Innovate UK around about halfway, and during that time worked very closely with the UK Space Agency and Kathy, of course, on a number of programs, but specifically leading the telecommunications program. So I was the UK delegate for the telecommunications program on behalf of UK Space Agency. It's a bit of a kind of a political role as well as a technical role. So not only was I signing off the different R&D projects that companies were trying to do, but also kind of responsible for the relationship between the European Space Agency and UK government on the telecommunications program. And then decided to step back into industry after doing that Innovate UK role for about five and a half.
So I knew I wanted to work in the space industry, but I didn't know how to do that or what kind of sector to focus on. So I knew that when I went to King's, that was exactly what I wanted to do eventually when I graduated. And it was at King's that I actually went to the UK SEDS conference at Milton Keynes and actually met space professionals for the first time, and some of whom I actually went on to work with later on at DLR, the German Aerospace Centre. So I think through going through UK SEDS and learning about it, we eventually affiliated the university's physics group, Maxwell Society, with UK SEDS. So I was also on the committee as well then. So I think joining UK SEDS for me also really allowed me to interact with professionals from space agencies and industry, but also rather than space just being a dream or something that I knew I wanted to do, suddenly it really felt attainable, which was, I think, really a milestone for me. So I think I've taken small steps over the last decade or so and through secondary school to get to the space industry. I think one of the largest was going to the International Space University. And I actually found out about ISU through the UK SEDS conference. It was really a pivotal moment, I think, for me. And ISU was, I think, a life-changing experience. I think I learned about the space industry as a whole. So there were daily lectures by astronauts and professionals in the space industry internationally as well. And they have a brilliant 9-week course called the Space Studies Program. So I did that in Barcelona and also the master's degree there in space management as well. And that provided me with an overall view of the space industry, but also I learned what I wanted to focus on, and that was on human spaceflight operations mainly, and also EVA, so spacewalk operations and spacesuit design. And that was hard to find in the UK, so I'm from the UK and from Surbiton, but very fortunately throughout working in the space industry, I've been able to work in different countries around the world. So after graduating from the International Space University and also previously from Cranfield University, where I studied astronautics and space engineering, I tried to hunt for a project on spacesuits, and I was really lucky to find one at the European Astronaut Centre where they were working on the skin suit project. And that the skin suit was designed to prevent bone loss and also to improve spinal health. And so we worked on the initial prototypes of that, and then went on to consult on that. And after I worked there as a trainee for a few months and also consulting on the project later on, I was lucky to find a job straight away, which I think doesn't always happen. I think especially now, I've definitely gaps throughout my career, but straight after university there was a job in the building next door at DLR working on ISS payload operations. So I went straight to work at DLR in an environment that was very different to what I was used to. So it was very international, and I was very fortunate to my GCSE German teacher to give me a basic understanding of German, because my meetings were in German, and so I had to really quickly learn the technical aspects of the German language as well, and the culture, which I think was really interesting transition, and also kind of built through the experiences that I have now to work in an international environment. So there I worked on ISS payload operations for the space station, and also trained the crew as well, and developed payloads for the space station. So that was an amazing experience to do straight after graduating, and also after being a trainee at ESA. And then after that, I worked in Canada for a few years at a technology company, leading, so kind of getting more into the business side of things and management. So initially as a project manager and eventually as the line of business owner, so kind of having more responsibility. Well, I guess was at a fairly early stage of my career, the first 5 years. So it was a really good stage to kind of work at a smaller company. So it was around like 30 people or so. So I think that has really helped me to get to where I am now. So both that and being able to work in a larger space agency as well. And so after working there, I moved back to Europe. So kind of went back and forth across the Atlantic a bit. and worked at the ESTEC on operations and human spaceflight operations for future projects. And then I moved back after a few years back to Canada, where I work now in Ottawa, kind of back and forth across a bit, but I think it's all kind of led to where I am now. And I think one of the things that I love about the space industry is it's so international, and you get to work with people from all around the world. So even though I'm based in Canada now, I have, of course, people all around the world, in the UK, in Europe, and in India. So I work directly on a project right now with our team in India and the US. So I think that's one of the things I love, to kind of get all these international perspectives and have this global opinion on the space industry.
Well, okay, that's a very fascinating background. I think, yeah, something that's resonated, I think what resonates within the space industry as well, is that there's not like A to B career path that you just go along, right? It sounds like from all of you, what you've said is there's different things that come up, opportunities that come up, different studying opportunities, different job opportunities. It's not just kind of you go to university and you go straight into a space job afterwards. I think there's kind of an explorational aspect to it as well. So kind of tied into something you mentioned, Vanita, something you mentioned a lot of resources, UK SEDS helping you kind of getting more access to the industry, things like that. So a question for all of you would be, are there any specific resources that you found were particularly useful for accessing the industry from the outside, or actually once you're in the industry, resources that helped you kind of network, or anything useful that's helped you while you've actually been in the sector?
I think that's an interesting question, Armin, and I think from probably my experiences, particularly in my early career, are long gone. The world has changed unbelievably since I graduated and until I've got to the point that I'm at now. But even way back then, the most important thing that I ever did was work experience in my second, third year summers, and that made a huge difference, because it was that stepping stone to my first job, because it led to that first job offer. And we see a huge amount of that. So of course, I'm going to promote space placements in industry, spin placements. But it's not just about spin, because the big companies in particular, the Airbuses, plenty of others, STFC and RAL Space, offer work placements, and you cannot underestimate how important those can be for you. I think competitions that you can participate in are great, but don't do them to the exclusion of work experience. There's a balance to be had here. I guess my favoured route would be do competitions between your first and second year, and then do work experience in your second and third year, or your third and fourth year, because nothing is going to give you the leg up, if you like, that work experience. Having that first-hand experience of being in the workplace and building that network is going to be important. I'm really glad Vanita and ISU, because that's it's laughingly referred to as the mafia, and it's great, and we the space agency support it with scholarships. So I know applications are still open at the moment. Well worth giving some thought to whether or not you want to do the SSP. It's a brilliant opportunity. So those, the top one for me is going to be work experience, and making sure that you emphasize those transferable skills that you can get all the way through.
Yeah, and I think one of the kind of key things I think that made a big difference for me was essentially networking. And Kathy alluded to one of the big benefits of work experience is that you start to build your network, and indeed ISU is the primary kind of benefit of ISU is that you join that kind of network. Not only your kind of cohort that you join for the summer program or the master's degree, but actually it gives you access to the ISU network, which is very extensive. At the time that I finished my degree, the space industry was going through quite a big consolidation. So Astrium, as it was kind of buying up a lot of companies, and if you couldn't get on to the the Astrium grad scheme, you couldn't get a job in the space industry. The space sector in the UK wasn't particularly diverse from a company perspective, which was one of the reasons why I think I was out of work for 6 months. But the thing that made the big difference for me was networking. I was given a bit of advice by someone in their final year when I was in my first year of university, and that was, don't choose your projects at university or your supervisors at university because you're interested in the project necessarily, but think about the reference that you would get from the professor. So pick a well-respected professor so that they could give you a good reference. And that was a really interesting bit of advice which I took, and indeed was quite useful for me, because my final year project supervisor gave me a glowing reference, which ultimately led to me getting an interview at the European Space Agency for the YGT program. And if it wasn't for the fact that I had that kind of reference from that professor, I don't think I'd be where I am today. I'd probably be working in a completely different sector. I was on the cusp of starting to give up on getting a job in the space sector. And I think that networking thing has been super important all the way through my career. My advice is to collect people, on your travels. Networking can be a bit of a dirty word for a lot of people. It's not something that people like to do necessarily. It can feel a bit icky. But actually, if you make yourself useful to other people, you'll find that your network builds quite naturally. People will often kind of help you when you need it if you have that good network.
Yeah, I think those are really great points. I definitely echo both Craig and Kathy's points about IOC. It's an incredibly supportive network. And I think even to this day, I think it doesn't matter when you graduated, I think everybody is very encouraging, and I think we will have the same goal of including all of humanity as we explore space. And there is every day you can talk to somebody through, there's a signal channel, so I think there isn't really anywhere that you would get that breadth of experience that comes together to really support you throughout your career. So yeah, it's incredibly pivotal, I think. And I guess a few other places that are more fairly recent opportunities that might be interesting. There's also the Z Factor Fellowship. So they I think it started a few months ago, and they empower aspiring aerospace professionals globally that are from underrepresented backgrounds to explore the aerospace industry. And they also provide an internship and also mentorship opportunities. And those internships are paid as well, I think, which is really important to ensure that you're also paid for the work that you do when you actually go into these companies and gain this experience. So I think they're a great source of opportunity there. And also the Brooke Owens Fellowship as well, in a similar fashion, the aim of supporting extraordinary young women globally. So I think even though I think they're US focused, they are open to everybody globally around the world. So I think especially for in the UK, it could be a good way of getting some international experience in the early stage of your career as well. So I think have a look there if you're looking at opportunities for mentorship or work experience as well. And I think scholarships will also be critical. I think they're pivotal for me in my career. I wouldn't have been able to study engineering or even physics without scholarships from the Royal Aeronautical Society. They have a centennial scholarship, which I was really fortunate to get when I studied. So, and through that, one of the things that I wanted to do through Rocket Women as well is to give back and make sure that opportunities were available for everybody to join the space industry, no matter of your background or where you were around the world. So one of the things that we did a couple of years ago was start a scholarship for the International Space University as well. And so we have apparel and also funding mechanisms through which you can provide support to send the young women to the International Space University as well every year. So I think that's really something that we wanted to do, to give back and make sure everybody had the same opportunities that I had, and also people around the world also.
Great. I'm also going to do a personal plug, but I would push people towards spacecareers.uk as well. It's quite a good resource if anyone's looking for any space resources for young people.
And can I just cut in, Armin, and say that, one thing also to remember is that the route in is not just purely through the engineering side. As the sector has grown so far, there's a huge, or so fast, there's a huge world out there that isn't related to the building of pieces of kit. It's also about using the data from space to deliver products and services for anybody all over the place. And so, you know, certainly in the last week, I've spoken to people within the sector who came from, for example, merchant banking. You know, those business skills that you can develop in other parallel universes, if you like, and then bring into our sector are just as important. And indeed, if we as professionals and technical people within the sector don't learn well how to market and sell our services, then we're dead in the water. So, you know, don't forget that it's bigger and broader than that, and that that whole networking thing is incredibly important. Build those networks, talk to people, and, you know, the mentoring and everything else. And if anybody hears of a UK internship that isn't paid, tell me, because I'll go and put the thumb screws on them. I definitely disapprove of anything like that.
Mm-hmm. And I think one of the biggest barriers, certainly for me, as I was kind of going through university, was money. You know, I came from a single parent household, didn't have any financial support through university other than kind of what I got through kind of doing jobs. And it meant that a lot of work experience and a lot of internships, which at the time, you know, it was very rare to get a paid internship or paid work experience while I was going through university. You know, those things were close to me. In fact, International Space University, it was very expensive to go. There were some scholarships that covered maybe half of the tuition costs, but, you know, in terms of living costs while you were living abroad, you know, none of that was covered. So those sorts of things were close to me. One of the big benefits of kind of the modern situation really is that things like LinkedIn, things like Twitter allow people from disadvantaged backgrounds to have direct access to people who they wouldn't have naturally been able to talk to. So I would strongly recommend, if you haven't got a LinkedIn profile, get one. If you do have one, connect to me. You know, I'll happily accept your request to connect. I've got an enormous kind of network. So if you connect to me, you'll be able to kind of have access to, you know, 10,000 other space professionals and other professionals around the world. You know, happy to kind of help people out in that respect. But, you know, some of these apps are really a kind of a, you know, help level the playing field for people who wouldn't naturally have access to those networks.
And kind of, so tied to that, what you just discussed and touched upon there, Craig, we actually have a question submitted that's about kind of economic background and about graduation, like being first generation university students. The question is do companies understand the difficulties of being from a hard economic background, or being a kind of a first generation university student you might be the first person in your family that's gone to university? Are companies kind of understanding of these kind of issues?
It's probably one of the most invisible areas of disadvantage. Actually, it's not something that people talk about very often. I can't think it's ever come up in conversation with me. I might have volunteered it a couple of times, but you know, the barriers to individuals getting to university are big enough. But yeah, it's not something that companies pay much attention to. And in fact, there's very, very little data on it. We've tried to fix that a little bit with the space census that we've run this year or last year. But yeah, that sort of information isn't particularly freely available.
I think also related to that, I think there are also stereotypes and cultural barriers that we need to overcome as well. So my background is British Asian and my family is from India originally. So although personally my parents were really supportive of an interest in space, and there was some pressure to study a more traditional subject that they valued for a girl in that culture. So to become a dentist, for example, or a doctor, or a teacher, or a pharmacist, are all amazing careers, but that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to work in the space industry. But for them, I think they looked at more traditional careers for them as more of a safe choice as well, and kind of acceptable job for a girl from South Asian culture as well. So I ended up working as a dental nurse on the weekends actually, and almost applied to do dentistry instead of physics. And although I enjoyed some aspects of being a dental nurse, I knew it wasn't for me. But I think in the end, that medical side and that experience helped me to get to where I am now, working on space health projects. But I think there was also a side of knowing that we need to make sure that we provide information about these careers not only to the students, but also to the teachers and the parents and peers around you, and make sure they're also informed. So I think a funny story might be that to actually get to the UK SEDS conference, there was also some subterfuge, so I didn't actually tell my parents I was going to the conference on my own. I told them it was a university trip because that was the only way that I could attend. But I think there are other barriers as well that we need to overcome that are important, I think, even valued to this day.
And I think, sorry,
I was
Craig,
going to say, if you think of, if you think of the skills pipeline as a pipe, which is leaking at various points, I think the kind of leaks associated to kind of, economic background happen quite early on in the pipe. If you're able to get past that, then actually there isn't much of a barrier to you as an individual from a disadvantaged background, but you have to get to that point where you can get to university and you can kind of get your first bit of work experience and that you can get your first job. Once you're there, you're kind of all right, for the most part. It might change some of the things that you've got going on in your personal life, which may affect things as you're kind of going through your career journey. But the important thing is providing people with from disadvantaged backgrounds a bit of support in the very early days of their career and pre-university.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say that's one of the reasons I've been so evangelical, if you like, about spin placements being paid. I get very frustrated with companies that come back to me, largely from another large space nation, who will come back and say, oh, well, but everybody wants to work in space, why should we pay them? They'll come to us without us paying them. The problem is then it is very divisive. And nowadays students have to pay for their fees, they have to make sure it works, and they need to be paid so that they can afford to do this during their work experience, that is, during their summer holidays, because otherwise maybe they need to be working in Sainsbury's to give themselves the money to keep themselves going during the term. That is not on. Absolutely not on.
And I think something that's I was kind of echoing something that you've all mentioned, is as a student or as a young person or as anyone trying to enter the sector, I think networking is one of the biggest weapons and one of the biggest tools in the toolkit that you can have. I think everyone here can agree that people in the space industry are quite friendly. It's quite an open sector in terms of people chatting and making friends and networking and things. So I think that's definitely something to use that as a tool if you are looking to enter the sector.
Well, and I think one of the things we know from the survey work that we've done and others is that one of the most tricky points in the career ladder is getting that first job. There's no question. Mostly because if a job is advertised at the graduate level, there will be a lot of people applying for it. Because space is interesting, it is kind of cool, and lots of people want to join it. So you've got to make yourself stand out from the crowd. And, that standing out from the crowd will be everything from, the fact that you have done some competitions, the fact that you have led your guide pack, or, what else have you done? What can you put on that CV that makes you unusual? And work experience, internships, absolutely, you can't get away from that. But there's lots more. And one of the things that that's come out of the recent skills survey is there's a recognition across the sector that, on the whole, as particularly as you go up the career chain, the sector looks in, not necessarily out enough. And because we've grown a lot, we need to be looking more outside the sector. But the way that you coming in at the bottom can make most impact for yourself is making sure that you've got a network. So when somebody sees your CV, they scratch their heads and they think, oh, where have I seen them before? Where have I come across them? Because all of that helps.
Mm-hmm. Completely different kind of question. What's one of the biggest challenges or the biggest kind of obstacles that you've all individually faced in entering the space sector or getting to the job you are now? I don't know if anyone wants to kick off.
Negotiating the civil service system. I'm not sure I'd ever recommend it to anybody. Oh God, I'm probably being fired next week now.
It's a good question. For me, I think was kind of being able to kind of hold out long enough when I first graduated to be able to get that first space job, because I was this close to getting a job in Holland and Barrett full time, kind of as a kind of a cashier. You know, that was a big challenge. I think. Interestingly, the kind of main bit of discrimination that I would say I had through my career was one more related to age. That was quite interesting. So that was more related to when I was at Innovate UK, which is the innovation agency, and I was having to deal directly with a lot of people who were at very senior levels in the industry. So people who were CEOs, right the way up to senior civil servants, ministers, and whatnot. And I was, on first impression, much younger than a lot of the people that were in the room with me, and I had to fight quite hard to be taken seriously, kind of in that context. And so that was probably the biggest personal barrier, really, to kind of get into where I am today. But perseverance really through that, and a lot of grinning and bearing of being dismissed, but got there in the end.
Yeah, I like the point about persevering, especially. I think pursuing your passion and persevering is really important, whether you want to do that in your main career, but also looking at volunteering options as well, as you mentioned earlier. So I think through focused internships and volunteering really helped to forge the path to get to the space industry, and I think it did for me and a lot of people I think here today, even though your future careers felt unknown at times, which I think is a similar feeling for a lot of people. So I think a really great example that really inspires me is NASA astronaut Zena Cardman. And she was 29, but she didn't know she had enough experience to apply for the NASA astronaut requirements, but she applied anyway. And she said she had nothing to lose, and she became an astronaut out of over 18,000 applicants that applied, and there were only 2 applicants that were accepted that year that were around 29 years old. So I think she really prioritized her passion and persevered, and she's a great example of how it's really important to enjoy the study and the studies and the subjects that you focus on, and enjoy the work that you do. So I think I'd really recommend to graduates today to pay attention to what your passion is for and pursue that, because I think it really makes a difference as you reach your goals in the future.
I think that's a really good point, and I think the other thing that you Craig's alluded to it, I know I suffer from it even now, is imposter syndrome. Why am I here? Do I know enough to get through, as you've just described, Anita, as well? And I think sometimes it's a question of just apply for the job. What have you got to lose? Absolutely nothing, as long as you address it in the right way, and as long as you go into it with passion and enthusiasm and try it out. And then what do you learn from it? Because every single stage, we talk a lot about continuous learning through our lifetimes. Everything we do should be adding to that picture and building our experiences, whether that's in better ways of applying for jobs, how to jump through the right hoops when applying for said jobs, or whether it's simply, you might be a student, but you're a STEM ambassador. You can go into a school and work with young people. You're building your communication skills. You're learning how to communicate technical subjects to young people who don't necessarily understand. Believe me, that is no different from selling a technical product to a company who have no clue what the hell you're talking about. So if you can do that, you're probably on a good way to developing that skill. And there are lots of different ways about doing that. And I sort of think about it, if you ask somebody else for advice, most people will usually be pleased to help and to have a coffee with you to discuss whatever it is. Generally, don't go for the person just above you on the ladder, because you're snapping at their heels and they might feel uncomfortable about that. You might feel uncomfortable about that. Go for somebody a couple of steps up. But also, once that's happened, how can you pay forward? Can you be that STEM ambassador, encouraging the kid who's thinking about whether to do GCSEs in STEM subjects? That would be good too.
And remember that there are a lot of people in positions of kind of power and influence who are fundamentally quite mediocre at what they do, but they've never been held back, and they're often people who've come from privileged backgrounds, right? So never be afraid, never self-filter. Don't say, I don't think I'm good enough for that. Apply for it and let the people that you're applying to decide that you're not fit for the role. Don't self-filter, because there are a lot of people who are mediocre who got where they've got through sheer confidence in their own ability, which is perhaps often not as realistic as their real ability. So yeah, don't hold yourself back, really.
Okay. I think unfortunately that's almost quite the time we've got for questions. Thank you very much to all our panelists for being on the panel. I think that was a very insightful discussion, and hopefully anyone watching who's considering entering the sector or is in the sector, hopefully that was useful. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yes, thank you all so much for sharing your experiences and advice. It is terrifying being a student, so it's nice to hear that, some tips on how to get the most of it. But yes, thank you so much for sharing your journeys and experiences. We're running a touch behind schedule, so we'll take a slightly shorter break than expected for people to grab a cup of tea or have a little stretch. So we will return at about 2:53. We'll go for that. Thank you very much, everyone. See you then. Hello, and welcome back again for more Diverse in Space Careers content. I'd like to make a quick apology. The stream might have cut out slightly in the last panel, so my apologies for that. Technical difficulties always happen on the day, cannot be helped. But our next speaker today is Divya Persaud, who will be discussing her journey in planetary science. Divya is a planetary geologist currently completing her PhD at UCL's Mullard Space Science Laboratory. She's also a writer and composer, with her work reaching an international audience. She's prepared a presentation for us, which will be aired in just a moment. So don't forget to submit questions, as she will be joining me for a live Q&A shortly after. So over to Divya.
Hi, I'm Divya M. Persaud, and I'll be talking about my journey in planetary science. So it started in New Jersey, where I grew up and where I'm based at the moment, thanks to the pandemic. I was interested in geology from a young age, and by geology I mean I really liked to collect rocks, and I wanted to do that as a career. And I was also really interested in writing and art, and I thought I would actually fund my research with those things. I got interested in space when I was about 11, and I was watching a documentary on the Huygens landing on Titan. So the Huygens probe was deployed from the Cassini spacecraft, which was orbiting Saturn. Huygens landed on Titan and survived for about a couple of hours. And the geology there was so reminiscent of geology on Earth. There's a hydrological system, as you can see there. Deltas, there are river channels scouring the landscape, and then there are these pebbles, which are really similar to what we might expect on Earth, formed by fluids. I was absolutely fascinated by this, but I was also really angry. And I was angry because I thought that it might be something that we should have learned about in school. Surely we all have a right to know about these types of things that are revolutionizing our understanding of our place in the solar system. So those two things have driven me ever since, the idea that space is for everyone, and also my very deep interest in rocks. From there, I went to Greenbelt, Maryland, where I did 2 summer internships at the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. That was a project to use laser data from a spacecraft to generate a reflectance map of the surface of Mercury, but mostly it's a really important crash course in how research is done and to operate. And I got to work with a mission team, an instrument science team, which was really fantastic. The spacecraft called Messenger had just arrived at Mercury about a month before I started in 2000, and so they were really in the thick of it, of seeing how the instrument was doing, solving problems, and also trying to do science at the same time. So from there, I started university at the University of Rochester. I got involved with research pretty quick, so I approached a professor in the geology department, and I said, I'm really interested in space, and he was working on paleomagnetism. So this is magnetism that is generated by either Earth or another body that is rooted in tiny bits of metal or metal inclusions within rocks. And this is really interesting because it can tell us about the ancient Earth magnetic field or the magnetic fields of asteroids from which meteorites detach. But in autumn 2013, so that was about a year into my degree, about a year and a half, I got sick. And I'm still sick. So essentially, I woke up one day, I had the flu, and the flu never went away. I still had that fatigue, I had that chronic pain. So I had to think about what I really wanted to do. It was kind of a reckoning of, I'm very goal-oriented, I wanted to do all these things. I was doing a music major while I was doing a geology degree, and I was writing poetry on the side, and I knew I wanted to do research. I was kind of getting a really good idea of what specifically I wanted to research. I was thinking about grad school, and then all of a sudden my body was saying, actually, you have to slow down. You can't walk to class today, or you can't study late today. And that was very difficult. Recalibrating my entire view of what I wanted to do and how to get there, which I'd had since I was about 4 years old. So that was a really big reflection for me, and I had to take time away from university about 2 or 3 times and just focus on my health and also think about my priorities. During that time, I was at home. I improved in the summer. I still did summer internships, and 2 of those were at the SETI Institute and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California. And my project was measuring craters of the icy moons of Saturn using 3D imagery. And craters can tell us a lot about the geology of a planet, but on icy moons especially, the way these craters change over time can really tell us about heat flow. And that means understanding what's happening in the subsurface of icy moons, which is really interesting when you think about these bodies possibly hosting subsurface oceans. So this figure is showing 4 different icy moons of Saturn and Jupiter and how they may host global subsurface oceans. So I was really excited about this. I wasn't working on Titan, but I was working on icy bodies, and I was also working with data from the Cassini mission. So this was really exciting. It felt like I was doing what I'd always dreamt to do. I also really enjoyed using 3D imagery, and that led me to think about what I wanted to do for my PhD, which I'll get to. Something that was really important was also learning about good mentorship. So at the SETI Institute, I had a really fantastic mentor. So this was my first work basically after getting sick, and she was really fantastic about really making sure that I was focusing on my health. And also, she really respected my skill set, and she really valued that artistic background and trusted me to have that lead me into new avenues of inquiry and research, and also being an independent researcher. It was that kind of environment that really helped me understand of what research could look like. You know, this was a situation where I felt like, okay, I'm on par with this person. I'm not an expert, but I can be an expert. So I worked with her again at JPL and had again this fantastic experience. And also like that kind of healthy environment really helped me deal with my illness, and it meant that I wasn't as stressed out, which really worsens my condition. So I started to think about, okay, what does a healthy environment look like in science, and how can we make that for everyone? So during that first summer, we did a field class in Lassen Volcanic National Park in California. It was a really exciting time, and it was my first field experience, but it was also really difficult because I was ill. This was like the first strenuous thing that I had done since getting ill, or probably ever. The view on the left is from the top of a small volcano that I'd hiked. That was very difficult, and it was kind of this reckoning of the limits of my body, but also my deep interest in this geology. It was always my dream to see volcanoes. It was at that point that I realized, okay, I really do want to stay in research, and I want to be a planetary scientist, and it will be difficult where academia and research aren't really built for people who need to take their bodies and their minds. But I knew that I wanted to find and carve out that journey, and that was really impactful. So I went back to Rochester, I took more time off, and then, so in between SETI and JPL, I went to the NASA Ames Research Center and was part of the NASA Academy. And that was a really interesting experience. It was more of a group setting, so we were actually working on a project together, and we were living in very close quarters, had to get to know each other very quickly. And that was when I really learned how important it is to make real friendships in our fields. Networking can often feel like really artificial, but sometimes it's just genuine friendships that you make, and it's not about your career, but it's also about your happiness. It's about people who will look out for you and who will vet you, or who will bring you food when you're absorbed in your work, or who will say, actually, it's a stop and let's just enjoy ourselves. And that was really, again, impactful, thinking about how do we make research better. And then after that, I started my PhD at the Mullard Space Science Laboratory at UCL. And this is a picture of this beautiful place in Surrey. And my doctoral work has been on the 3D imagery of Mars. Again, I was really interested in the possibilities of 3D imagery to understand geology. So here's just a general background of my work. I've put together several 3D terrain models of the landing site of Curiosity rover to better understand its geology, and especially working on the 3D visualization aspect for geological analysis. And here's a look at my study site where I'm doing a stratigraphic analysis. So that means looking at the layer orientations and relationships in this big ancient channel, and what that can tell us about this site that Curiosity is exploring. And as you can see, the data is just really beautiful and fantastic and a pleasure to work with. And because of that, I really gained an interest in outreach during my PhD. Kind of said yes to every single outreach opportunity that came my way, just because I'd never really done it. I'd never really been involved with science communication. But I was interested in the impact and the potential of beautiful images of space, and also how space can be a way to talk about lots of other things like science and technology, but also ethics and, our role as a species in the solar system. And that also led to talking about equity and other things. A lot of lessons from my PhD really come down to collaboration, to building community, to saying yes to things, but especially as minority scientists, saying yes to things that pay and respect your time and don't take advantage of you. And also speaking up and sticking to your principles, finding work that is central to your principles about what you want to see around you. Finding the people who really uplift you and teach you and respect your vision for the field. And so the meat of the PhD isn't really the degree, it's really learning from and working with others. I did a lot of collaborations with scientists in really unrelated fields just to learn about what they did, and that was completely worth it. These collaborations led me to do a lot of other things. So speaking and working with a lot of different people in a lot of different fields, thinking about how we conceive of space, of things like property and ownership in space, ethics and colonialism, for example. So this picture is from Decolonize STEM, which was a really great symposium in 2019. And finding ways to build these interdisciplinary connections to imagine more equitable science and think of how we can disseminate information, especially interdisciplinarily, which is very difficult, and making sure that we center sort of democracy and access. So a colleague of mine, Juani Bermejo Vega, wrote this really excellent talk last year, and she said we need to reclaim science. First, a non-cooperative model of science cannot be good for society. 2, an exclusive model of science cannot be cooperative. 3, lack of equity, diversity, and inclusion are symptoms of a broken model. 4, we need to humanize the model of science and technology. And 5, we need to politicize science. I thought this was really great. This really captures what a lot of us are working towards, or what we should be working towards as scientists who exist in society, who exist in societies that have relationships with each other. And one part of this, and I mentioned access. What does access really mean? For me, as a chronically ill person, I think of access from a disability theory model. Access is about everyone. So in science, who is systematically prevented from having access to knowledge? Who is present around us? Who is equitably present in science? Who is left out of our fields? And what are the ways we can subvert this? And one way I'll talk about is in conferences, but also in our journeys as space professionals. So some of this work has been organizing a conference last year called Space Science in Context. So this was a conference that we posed as virtual before even the pandemic, and we were just thinking about things like climate change as well as trying to find accessible means of conferencing. And the topic was bridging space science and sociology, anthropology, art, activism. One of the big lessons from Space Science in Context was the idea of access. And this was a cute graphic that I made for a different talk on building an event around access, so the needs of speakers sort of fueling everything else and coming back. And I used the model of Enceladus as a nice way of thinking about it, where the heat of Enceladus rises through the core, through the mantle, and leads to convection and geysers, and heat cycles back in. And one of the lessons from this also was that it's not just about conferences, it's about our whole field. If we center our needs, we can build new networks, and those feed into new ideas and also our well-being. And those needs drive infrastructure in our careers, in our visions of what we want, and also respecting ourselves and our communities. And this leads to diverse and enabled research. And that leads to new connections and solidarity. And then we get the immediate benefits to research networks, to collaborations, to mentors rising out of this, and then also long-term impacts on the field and our long-term well-being. So these aren't solutions to the greater problem of systematic racism and ableism and whatever. In this rigged system, how can we help ourselves and others? And it really comes down to listening to ourselves. Sometimes our bodies say no, and I learned that the hard way. So lessons from my journey, I think our field is failing. I think academia and research and industry will replicate hierarchies in society, and it's our job to reimagine that. And access and diversity have to be central to that, and community has to be central to that, and most importantly, you have to be central to that. You have to be your own priority. You have to be the heat to your icy moon. And that's it. So thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Divya, and for sharing your journey with us, and for discussing how we as a community can do better, be better, because there is a lot more that needs to be done. Something I wanted to touch on was, you mentioned in your talk how you had to take a break and look after your own health and consider that as a priority in that moment. What advice would you give to someone who is in a similar sort of situation, potentially needing to step back for a while, but they're fearful that they're going to sort of miss out or like lose sight of their path?
That's a great question. I think I was just thinking about that, about how, like, especially if you have a dream or if you are really goal-oriented like myself, it can really feel like, oh no, I'm losing my momentum. And the truth is, and I think this is so true, especially for our field, or set of fields, is that, like, it's almost impossible. I mean, you can get back in at any time. You can take leave for a few years, and it may be difficult getting back in to, for example, a degree or into, depending on like your career stage. But for one, like, if you have to do it for your body, like, just try to think about that need and how you have to take care of yourself before your body can help you take care of your career, right? And second, there are so many paths back into a lot of careers, and especially I think now it's really, really changing, especially for early career researchers, people who take maternity leave. Getting back into like space science there are a lot of like fellowships and schemes for parents to get back into academia. So that's sort of thinking beyond my career level at the time, where I was more of a student. So I think one thing is, like, try to really think about why you're doing it. Your body is the vessel of your brain and your mind, and it can only do so much. And you can't keep pushing it to a limit just because of what you want. It also has its limitations, and that's like, it's so much easier to say than to actually internalize, and I still have trouble internalizing that. But like, sort of really meditating on that and trying to find ways of like going about your day to day that isn't centered around work, that is centered around like, oh, today I'm going to myself a meal, spend time cooking for myself, or taking a walk, or whatever like your body needs, and just setting that as your goal every single day and like taking it day by day is really, really important, to like recentering yourself in like your needs being coming from your body and not like your desire for achievement, which I know is so much easier to say than do, but it's you just have to like practice it pretty much.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard, but it is so important, especially with the pandemic at the moment. Also, your mental health, taking a step back for that as well, because it can be very scary. Like, I mean, for me as a university student, not wanting to, I don't want to drop out and like, or take a year out because I want to finish my degree, but it can be very hard. But like you said, there is more support coming into place. The community's not quite there yet, but it's getting there. Yes. Is there anything in particular that you would say that the scientific community or academia could do better or be better just to be more inclusive and accessible?
Yeah, I think if we're talking about like especially accessibility. I mean, there's so much that academia could do. So I didn't talk about it in my talk, but I had a really, really bad time in undergrad. So the university was understanding about me taking time off, but they were not so nice about me coming back sometimes. And they were saying, you know, you really have to prove that you're ready to come back. And I didn't really have like accommodations. So I think, especially academia, having sort of like an access-centered view of how to treat students and of course everyone else, of thinking of, like I talk about in my talk, access is for everyone. So understanding that everyone gets a bad day or a week or a month, or you know, mental health can strike at any time, and having sort of the infrastructure to take care of that. So saying like, okay, this is what we offer, and they need to offer these things. You can't just say, oh, well, it's deep on our website, and if you click like 100 links, you'll find the page on how to do this, and it's actually really time consuming and there's tons of paperwork. You have to say like, this is what we offer, this is how to do it, this is a person to help you to do it. And that's an access issue itself. Like if these websites aren't accessible to people, then like who's being shut out of these tools? And having that very multimodal. So saying like, we offer time off, but we also offer support if you don't want to take time away. We have multiple people you can go to, that kind of thing. So really building a network at the core of your institution. And also, yeah, that's easier said than done. But there are so many ways that institutions can step in the right direction that way. So, for example, consolidating a page for all of the services offered, or, you know, departments saying, you know what, the university isn't doing it the sufficient way, and we're going to have our own resources, that kind of thing. And it doesn't necessarily have to cost a department money to do. It can just be as easy as saying like, we're here to listen, and we're not here to like punish you or penalize you for something that you can't control. And saying like, actually, you know, the people in our institution are more important ultimately than like the work they're providing us. So I think those aren't really concrete steps, but kind of like a broader vision of what access means and how it can help everybody. You know, that involves people who end up as parents or who lose a loved one. So a big part of the pandemic recently is like people trying to take bereavement leave and having trouble with that. And that is part of access, and that is like part of the same system of providing accommodations to anybody. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, no, for sure. Having resources there is such a small thing that someone could do, and having them condensed and easy so you don't have to clicking through all those links trying to just find one thing to help you is it is such a small change, and it can make such a big difference. And like you said about networks as well, following on from that, are there any sort of organizations that you know of, or networks or places where people can find resources either to help themselves or I guess to learn more about how they can be more sort of conscious?
Yeah, so one great UK organization is Chronically Academic. So I think they're just a social media presence, but they are run by several chronically ill academics in the UK and I think possibly the US. And they just sort of talk about these issues of, you know, experiences in the system. So it's a great educational tool, but also saying like, this is what could happen, and talking about legislation. Fee extensions and whatever. So that is an excellent resource. And so when I moved to the UK, like they were the first group that I encountered, and they were amazing. And they just had advice of like navigating the disabled students systems at universities in the UK as well. So they're great for advice, and they're great just to like learn from. So that's where I would start. And then there are lots of like the Disabled Students Network is also really great. So that's a national UK organization, I believe under the NUS, and they do something similar. They have a great social media presence, but you can also like write to them and like ask for help. And they collate a lot of resources on their website. So those are two places that are really exceptional. And then I'd also say, like, especially if you're a postgraduate, more of a postgraduate, the UCU can be really helpful as well. So that's the union. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think unions in general can be a great place to find resources, because that is kind of their job, to look after a community. I'm so sorry that we don't have time for any more questions. It has been lovely chatting to you, and thank you for joining us and spending your morning with us. We've had several people join from America, and it's great that you're spending your Saturday morning talking about diversity and inclusion.
I love it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now be hearing from Ashley, who is a research fellow at the University of Hertfordshire. She specialises in machine learning applications for astronomical surveys, and she is going to be discussing ADHD and her diagnosis as an adult. So thank you very much, Divya, and over to Ashley.
Hey there, I'm Dr. Ashley Nova. I'm a research fellow at the University of Hertfordshire, and I study machine learning and astronomy. I want to thank the organisers for inviting me to give this talk today, and especially for letting me record it myself, because it means I can use the Creator Cloud subscription that I've been ignoring for the past year. I've been given a fairly wide brief for my talk today, so I wanted to take the opportunity to talk about something that I haven't been able to in this context before. I have combined type ADHD. It's something I've lived with for my whole life, and it's had a profound effect and impact on my career. I first worked out properly that I had ADHD a few years ago, and I suspected it going all the way back to my undergraduate days. It might surprise some people that when I think about my different flavours of marginalisation, ADHD comes out on top for me, over my queerness, my class background, and my hearing loss. My talk today is going to be a walkthrough of how I came to realise I have ADHD, how it's affected me through my studies and my career, the difficulties I faced in getting recognised and accessing treatment, and how I learned that in the end my neurodiversity wasn't holding me back, but it was a way for me to thrive. First things first, what is ADHD? Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder is a very misunderstood condition. When people think about ADHD, they imagine children, mostly boys, running wild around a classroom. But it's actually a really complex, broad spectrum of symptoms that affects children, adults, and people of all genders. ADHD isn't a mental illness or a behavioural disorder, but rather a developmental impairment of your brain's executive functions. That is, your brain's ability to regulate itself. It's typified by inattentiveness, poor impulse control, hyperfocus, lack of focus, poor time management, and hyperactivity. There's still no firm science on what causes ADHD, but the current understanding is that it is a brain-based biological disorder. There are physiological differences between ADHD brains and non-ADHD brains that show up in imaging studies and neurochemical analyses. ADHD affects people throughout their lives in different and evolving ways. I was a gifted and talented kid at school, which really should tell you everything you need to know about me. I coasted through my GCSEs and managed to do precisely the right amount of work in my A-levels that I didn't have to confront the idea that natural talent only gets you so far. When I started my degree studying physics at the University of Surrey, I felt like I hit a wall. I was going to my lectures and doing the labs and handing in my coursework, but nothing about doing the work seemed to click. Subjects that I enjoyed, I'd breeze through my exams without breaking a sweat, but the ones I didn't, I ended up doing resits and handing in coursework late. For one of my final year courses, I remember spending 24 straight hours in the physics common room because I hadn't even started the coursework that was due in the next day. Where I struggled the most was with things that I didn't have any choice over. Modules that were compulsory that I wouldn't have picked otherwise. Quantum mechanics, solid-state physics, practical labs. They left me feeling like I was swimming through treacle. But when I did have options and I was able to get excited about my choices with astronomy and computing and medical physics, it was like I could fly. I remember at the peak of my frustration, I was sat in a tent with my partner in the middle of a muddy field near Manchester on a society trip, unaware that the minivan was slowly sinking down to its axles because of the rain, wondering why I couldn't engage my brain with something that I wanted to do, knew I needed to do, and had the ability to do very well. I did some reading online, and the next week I went back home and to see my family doctor, who I'd been seeing for 20 plus years, and I said to him, I think I might have ADHD. And he looked at me very, very sincere and very serious, and he said, no, you don't. He thought I was just being lazy, that I didn't realise how hard university was going to be, and that I just wanted to get a Ritalin prescription because it would, you know, help me get through my exams. And that sucked. Also completely against NHS regulations on the responsibilities of GPs, but, you know. I tried to knuckle down and finish my degree, tried all different kinds of study aids and planning strategies, and nothing ever worked. I came out of my undergraduate with a 2-2, lost my PhD place at Surrey, and was feeling pretty down on myself in general. I let the ADHD thing sit for a while. I had other things on my mind, the burgeoning gender identity crisis being the main one. I knew I still wanted to do a PhD, so I spent a year and far too much money doing a master's degree in space technology, or as I like to call it, Kerbal Space Program, the degree. This turned out to be a remarkably freeing learning experience for me, because I was able to make it my own. I got to pick nearly all of my modules, my dissertation project was basically a free-for-all, and I was excited by the possibility of choosing my own future. I excelled enough that when it came to applying for PhDs again, I was basically handpicked by my future supervisor at the Open University. Doing a PhD turned out to be ideal for me. I had a lot of flexibility in my time management and what I worked on, a really supportive supervisor, and I was genuinely enjoying what I was doing nearly every single day. And I was really starting to understand the way that I worked. I said at the beginning of this video that I have combined type ADHD, and that means I display symptoms that are both inattentive and impulsive. That's ADD and ADHD in older parlance. For the most part, this comes across in one of two ways. Either I have too much focus and I get stuck doing one thing for hours on end, or I have no focus at all and turn into some kind of unproductive blob. I do things like getting incredibly detail-focused on finishing my Stardew Valley farm, and at the same time forgetting to shave one of my armpits when I shower. I was finding that I worked really well in research, because I wasn't limited to a 9-to-5 schedule, I wasn't bogged down with millions of deadlines, or the threat of exams. What had previously been seen as an impulsiveness and a tendency to go off script was suddenly a scientific creativity and out-of-the-box thinking. My hyper-focus that had always contributed to marathon gaming sessions when I should be working suddenly gave me the ability to sit down and write 5,000 words in a day for my thesis. I was beginning to see my ADHD not as a limitation, but as a superpower. I was still struggling, trying to find the right ways to direct my energy, beat back the mind fog just long enough to finish a project. But I really was starting to get how I worked. Things came to a head when I finished my PhD. I'd taken an internship at a small space tech company based out of Harwell campus, and I once again found myself in a very regimented and prescribed environment. I didn't have flexibility in my work, I was having to work normal hours, and I had rapid deadlines and a manager who was somehow both overbearing and frequently absent. Everything about my day, from the 2-hour commute to the dull monotony of writing proposals for projects I'd never be a part of, just seemed to exacerbate everything about my condition. I was sitting in a productivity black hole, and nothing I could do would let me escape from its gravity. The inability to do any work frustrated me, and that frustration just compounded on the weight that was holding me back. From that darkness, though, I found a light. An online community that had published a questionnaire based on the diagnosis guidelines for ADHD. I scored 12 out of 18, on the list of symptoms, and you only need 6 for a diagnosis. I took this to a new GP, and I told him that I really needed this. And he was really nice and very supportive and genuinely believed me. Then he said the words that anyone who's been through the mental health services, or God forbid the NHS gender clinics in this country, will know and fear. I'll get you on the waiting list. Things didn't work out immediately for me after that. I moved, the clinics changed waiting lists. It was clear that I was never going to get anywhere with the NHS. At some point after I started working here at Hertfordshire, and I don't really remember why, I decided to just go for it and pay for a private psychiatrist. And honestly, that was the best decision I ever made. I was seen within weeks, and my psychiatrist was honestly stunned that I wasn't diagnosed sooner. Not long after, I started on long-release medication, and my life has been like night and day ever since. I have to tell you, it is the strangest experience to go into work one morning, to sit down at my desk, and be productive. To just bring up my code, work on some things, go to lunch, come back, check my results, continue doing the thing I was doing before lunch. No distractions, no existential Twitter threads, no getting lost in writing my novel. Just normal, productive work. Throughout my career, I've been both supported by and held back by the structures of academia and industry. When I've been confronted by rigidity and excessive structure and formality, I've struggled against it to my own detriment. But when I've been presented with choices that I could get excited about, flexibility in how and when I worked, and when I've been rewarded for going against the grain, I have never been happier. For the majority of my life, I've felt burdened by this feeling that the world wasn't built for me, that I was operating on a different wavelength to my peers. What I didn't have was the information of what it means to have ADHD, what it meant to be queer or to be trans. Society had been working against me, and I didn't even know it. I'm baffled, looking back, that no one worked out that there was something different about me. I was a pretty weird kid. But when you don't have the language to articulate what's going wrong, people tend to just assume the worst of you, that you're being lazy, you're not bright enough. Even today, after all that I've been through, some people still look at me like I'm an aberration. I get told that adults don't have ADHD, that I don't need my meds, I'm just being lazy. And that if I can't hack academia, I should just leave. But those people are wrong. Diversity is about bringing together viewpoints from every sector of society. It's about recognizing that the most complex problems require new and innovative ways to solve them, and you can't do that if everyone thinks the same way. To those of you who operate on different wavelengths, I want you to know that you're not broken or faulty, that you have value beyond what most people can even comprehend, and that there is love and support for you out there, and you should find it and grow with it and thrive. And to those of you who do fit into society's beautiful little boxes, don't be afraid to reach a hand out to those on the outside. Be open, patient, and supportive, and together we can make the world a better place for all of us. Thanks for watching.
Much for preparing that presentation, Ashley, and thank you for joining me here today and spending your time with us on a Saturday to talk about diversity and inclusion.
I'm more than happy.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your journey as well. As we were discussing a couple of moments ago, it is awfully and sadly common how doctors, when someone who is an adult says that they think they have ADHD or autism or anything sort of similar to that, they just sort of say no, that's not what I perceive it to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a big part of it as well, I definitely experienced, both in getting my ADHD diagnosed and with
going through gender identity specialists is they have a big focus on, you know, can you give me examples of childhood memories that like resonate with your experiences now? And I struggle with that because when I look back at my childhood, I'm looking back through like trans pride colored glasses, right? And that perspective, that hindsight, colors everything. And so I could look at any memory I have and say, yeah, definitely, this is an ADHD thing, this is a transgender thing. But you know, at the time, I wouldn't have understood it that way. And I think a lot of GPs act like they have more responsibility when it comes to diagnosing mental health and these sort of categories of difficulties, when in reality their job is to refer you to a specialist. And I would say if someone does have a GP who is blanking you on a subject like that, you are well within your right to find a different GP. And the best thing you can do is state plainly that you want to be referred to a specialist. Because they'd be, you know, out of order to say no to that.
Yeah. Are there any other bits of advice that you would give so not only from that perspective, but from a mental health perspective, in looking after yourself when people say, no, that's not correct, that is not you?
I think the most important thing to remember is you know your own mind better than anyone. And it might be the case that, you know, a GP or a mental health specialist is going to know minds in general better, but only you have like 100% knowledge of your life experience. And anyone who's telling you, no, that's not what you're experiencing, is sort of projecting. So like, just try to remember that at the end of the day, you are the arbiter of what you experience in life.
Yeah, you know you better than anyone else does, for sure.
Yeah.
Is there anything that individuals or organizations can do to be more aware and be more inclusive?
I think for me the biggest thing is patience. Is a really important aspect of giving people the space and the time that they need to work out what accommodations they might need. I remember when I first got my diagnosis and started on my medications, I didn't really know how to discuss this with my boss and with my line manager, and working out, you know, how can we adjust the way that I'm working now so I can work better. And I was given the sort of the space that I needed to work that out in the first place. And sort of it is best to, if someone is telling you that they're having difficulty because of a disability or because of their mental health struggles, taking the time to listen to them and making accommodations is the main like thrust of what all organizations should be doing, and not saying, you have ADHD, but I'm sorry, but you need to change the way that you're working to fit our system, instead of changing the system so it works for everyone.
I get what you mean. Are there any particular resources or organizations that people can look to where they can learn more about either sort of experiences of trans people or experiences of people who are neurodivergent, or anything where people can just learn more?
So on the ADHD side of things, I would actually say
there are a lot of very good webcomic artists who are doing ADHD related content. Danny Donovan on Twitter is sort of the biggest ADHD comic person. She does some amazing webcomics and related resources that really break down and portray very plainly what it's like to live with ADHD in a really friendly way. And there's content there for people like me who like to look at comics and be like, haha, that's me. And for people who are sort of more neurotypical and want to see and understand how neurodivergent people are, how our brains work, basically. On the trans side of things, I think Gendered Intelligence is the organization that I donate money to them. They're a charity that does, I think, mainly work in for transgender youth, but they have a lot of resources for all kinds of people. They're part of the part of a group that's sort of pushing back against all of the negative press that's going on in British media right now around trans people. So they're really great.
Thank you for sharing those. I think we've got time for one more question. I'm sorry, I feel like with all the Q&As I've wanted them to be a lot longer than they are. But what would you say is the biggest challenge that you faced within the sector?
I think probably along the lines of like proposal writing is something I find incredibly difficult. And I'm supposed to be writing a proposal at the moment for the Future Leaders Fellowship program, and it is when I talked in my video about not being able to engage my brain in things that I don't necessarily find interesting. Proposal writing is way up there. It is something that it's a delayed gratification problem, in that I know if I do this work and I win the proposal, huge amounts of endorphins, but the actual process of it is such a slog that most of the time I can't even get my brain to just get over the hump and start working. I don't know how to fix that. It's basically I just have to slam my head against the grindstone and eventually it will start going. But that is, I think, in general, that kind of the work that isn't work, the work that is asking other people for money or asking people permission to do a project is the stuff that I just cannot engage my brain on properly.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it's not the most fun subject at the best of times. Yeah, well, thank you, Ashley, for joining us today and for sharing your experiences, and for all the work that you do outside of this, all of your advocacy. It's amazing to see. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to be taking a short break. We'll be back at 3:45, where we will be having the final panel of the day. On balancing advocacy, work life, and personal life. So thank you very much and see you in 4 minutes. Welcome back to DISC, and thank you to all the speakers we've had so far today. It's been amazing to hear about all your experiences. It's now time for our last panel of the day, one that I'm particularly interested to hear about, balancing advocacy, work life, and personal life. I'm sure that is something that a lot of people can relate to. And here to talk about it with you today is Sarah, Emma, and Emma, chaired by Ellie. So I'll let them introduce themselves, as they know their story a lot better than me, but over to you guys. Thank you very much.
All right, hello and welcome. My name is Ellie and I'm going to be your chair today. So to kick us off, I will ask each of our panelists to give maybe a short introduction about themselves. You can also read about what they've been up to on the program online. Let's start with Emma Chapman. Emma, would you like to give yourself a 2-sentence or 3-sentence introduction?
Hi, I'm Emma. I'm a Royal Society Fellow at Imperial College London. Sounds like a University Challenge introduction, doesn't it? And I study the first stars to exist in our universe, and I'm also co-director of the 1752 group, which is an activist and research group trying to end staff to student or power-based sexual misconduct.
Great, thank you so much, Emma. I introduce our second panelist, Sarah. Would you like to give yourself a little introduction, Sarah Matagan?
Hi, I'm a third-year PhD student working on some of the instruments for the ExoMars mission and space and planetary science in general. I am a PI on the Roving with Rosalind project, which is an educational outreach project funded by the UK Space Agency.
Excellent. And bringing our final University Challenge team member onto the call, Emma Taylor, would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Ellie. So my name's Emma, second Emma on the panel. I was first involved in UK SEDS back in the early days in the 1989 to 1990 committee. Since then, I've spent 20 years in the space industry and a further sort of 7 in energy and now in transport. I work on all aspects of risk, including orbital risk, and I'm a past chair of a professional engineering institution called the Safety and Reliability Society.
Great. So as Molly mentioned, this panel is about balancing our advocacy work with our personal life and work life. And so one of the first things that we wanted to open on this discussion is with Emma Chapman. She wanted to ask you about how we raise awareness or are considerate about the labour of diversity work. So alongside your scholarly work, alongside your caregiving activities, how do you find space for this to work out?
As in, how do I raise awareness about the amount I'm doing?
Yeah,
yeah. So I mean, this is something I've struggled with over the years, whether to actually declare it, because of the amount I've done. I've co-authored a sociology paper on harassment in academia, and for a while I left it off my CV because I was told that it wouldn't help people to know that I was doing all this stuff. And then actually in the last few years it's kind of become cool to do EDI work, especially post-Me Too in my area, and so now my CV is absolutely full of everything I do because I have no shame about it. You know, I think it's good. And actually I spoke to a head of department last week who said that it was off the scale in terms of helpful for the department to know that I would help with that kind of thing. And so that's been really useful. Does that answer your question enough?
Yeah. And do you think when you, like, for example, when you show your CV to these heads of department, do you think that they understand like how much time that's going to take you to be doing that work? Or is it just seen as like, oh, that's great, like you can continue putting in all this time and energy free of our charge to do this work? Like, how do you...
They have a clue how much time it takes. I think that they think that we sit on a few committees, have a few nice meetings with tea and biscuits, make some nice decisions, and that's it. But what they don't factor in is the huge pushback from the sector in terms of policy change. Changing a policy in a university is, oh my God. You can work for 2 years on one sentence wording, which I'm genuinely doing, which is regarding should you allow staff, student, supervisory sexual relationships. Trying to change that sentence is unbelievable. In terms of actually the work that I work on in harassment, people don't recognise how much time and energy it takes to report, which is a form of activism.
Yeah.
And so that's something we're trying to raise awareness of in the 1752 group, that reporting harassment can be a second job for quite a while, and it's really important to underline that to academic departments in order to get dispensations like extra time on PhDs, which is absolutely earned. So that we make it as easy as possible for people to come forward, if there is a culture of that, and hopefully there isn't. Hopefully everything's fine, but just in case.
Sarah, you're nodding. Does this echo some experience and like understanding that you have about raising awareness about your work?
It was more towards the reporting and how difficult that process is, and even sometimes when you do, like, nothing actually comes of it, and I don't know if I have much to add to it, just that it's getting better in actual progress.
Something we were kind of discussing earlier before this call, like before we were on this panel, it was like also how this is like emotional labor, the idea of like having to play through a particular script in order to be able to be recognized, to have that. So not just like that it's taking up time in your work life and it's taking up energy that you could be putting into your research, but also that it's taking up like emotional energy that you could be investing elsewhere in whatever you wanted to do, rather than having to play out this experience in order for people to recognize that that's what's happening for you. Emma Taylor, I was wondering, have you seen any kind of good initiatives for recognizing the time and energy that it takes to put in this work?
I would love to be able to answer yes. Unfortunately, I don't think I can. I'm obviously like in a more mature career stage, so I've seen all the various different evolutions of EDI, and I echo and support what Emma's saying, is it's now seen as something more positive and proactive to be involved with, whether you directly label it as EDI or do it like sort of quietly behind the scenes. But the recognition of the time and effort it takes, and also the emotional labour, or you know, the kind of load when you're hearing a distressing story from someone, I don't think that's properly accounted for. If you could actually count up the hours and count up the thinking time, I think people would be sort of shocked. But at least we're able to have a kind of conversation now. But I think it's expected that, like, if you're a minority sort of group and then there is an EDI panel at work, that you're expected to step forward. And actually, I've said at times, no, I've got my own EDI commitments. I can see they're being impactful, and I'm going to use my time in the way I think it can have the most benefit, rather than sitting on a panel which may be just there to signal intent rather than doing something. Some panels are effective, some are just there to make some people look, or organisations look good.
Yeah, so perhaps if we were to think about like something for people watching this to take away, thinking about like how much time and energy you are going to be putting into that thing, and whether that will be recognised, in what way, and as Emma Taylor like really clearly like, you know, summarised just there, like, is this the best use of that time and energy? If you have other places that you can commit that, making an impact. Emma Chapman, you look like you're about to add something.
Yeah, waving at you. Yeah, this is some advice I give to people. So I get survivors of sexual harassment coming to me quite often, and saying, what can I do? And supporters of people, actually, what can I do? And the advice I always give is give 5% of your time, give 10% of your time, give a small percentage that's still okay for you to be amazing in the rest of your life and to enjoy your life. Do not throw yourself on the sword for this, because too many women, too many minority groups have thrown themselves on the sword, had to move careers because they've just had to drop their research, you know, regretted not spending time with their kids because they're angry and sad all the time. And I don't want to see more people do that. And so I would rather see an army of people giving 5% of their time than a handful of women just going over the top, and seeing them lost to science and academia.
Yeah, perhaps this brings us nicely to a second question we were thinking about, which was like the value of bringing allies in, and the importance of like that in terms of, as you've just said, like liberating your own time, but also making sure that this is a sector-wide commitment. Emma Taylor, what's the value for you of bringing allies on board? And do you have any thoughts or advice about how to do this, how to help people overcome the fear that they might be doing the wrong thing or saying the wrong thing? What's your experience on this?
I wouldn't have the career I've got right now without allies. And so when I saw the Men as Allies movement, you know, even if it's a hashtag at first, I thought, brilliant, people are actually putting a name to the things that's been happening quietly behind the scenes. And it doesn't necessarily be men. There are a large cohort of people out there who want to help other people reach their potential. But I cannot sort of stress just how much, you know, if I sat there and did thank yous to all the people that have enabled me to get to the stage of my career, it would be like an Oscar speech. And you'd be all like, pull the camera, she's still listing out names. It is literally, as Emma said, an army of people giving their 5%. And I was reflecting on your question. I mean, they really can come from anywhere, these allies, and often they don't wear the ally label. It's like something that will emerge from a mentoring relationship, and often it can be a peer-to-peer mentoring relationship or a reverse mentoring relationship rather than a kind of classic, more career mature versus early career person. But people are, when you're talking to the majority sort of cohort in sort of science and engineering, they're often scared about entering into these discussions about becoming allies. I have some people who are non-exec directors who are advising me as I'm looking to develop my career in that area, along with the senior roles. And some of them are very traditional. And I remember approaching one to ask for advice, and I could see that he's like, why is she calling me? You know, what's going to go on? Am I going to find myself dragged into some kind of sort of drama or problem or something with reputational risk? And it took a little while to build trust, but now he provides very thoughtful, good guidance. And he can also see about some of the blocks that I've had in my career, which may or may not be due to being an underrepresented group. You can never really unpick these things perfectly. And he's rooting, and like they all are rooting. So I think that is a question of little bits of 5% from everywhere, as Emma Chapman's saying, and recognising that people may not put themselves forward saying, hi, I'm your ally, and just letting these things sort of grow organically, but always saying thank you. back. Thank you for someone that's provided a bit of support, even if it's a little bit in a half an hour. Be kind to others and thankful to others. So,
yeah. Sorry, when we talked about this, you were saying that this really echoed something that you'd experienced recently.
Yeah, I had an issue with a senior career person at a conference, and there's a slight altercation, I guess I'll call it, and I find it really hard to disengage when people like strike a nerve with me, which is something I am working on. But like in that moment when we were having a really upsetting, deep discussion about like our experience of racism through academia and things like that, the only other person in the room was someone early career like me. They were the only other person to step in, say anything, or give any support in a room of people with a lot more power than I do and a lot more privilege at their disposal. And the most disheartening thing about it, other than having to deal with someone who's fundamentally bigoted, is that these other people will let it happen. And I think even if it's just like a distraction, or like my personal favorite is if someone says a joke that's not funny, just repeatedly asking them to explain it until they become so uncomfortable that they won't. Like any small distraction like that is really, really important. I think, yeah, the way Emma put it, like these like an army of 5% is actually the best, most concise way I've heard that kind of said. Like you don't have to be perfect, you don't have to know everything when you jump in, but like small amounts of support mean the absolute world.
Emma Chapman, do you have anything you would like to add to this discussion?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I can echo Emma. I would not be in this career if it wasn't for allies. So many women aren't believed and so many women aren't supported in this area, so that when I made my personal complaint, it was only when I had one major ally really who would stand by me no matter what, who would write the letters as a senior member of staff and say, look, this has to be dealt with, and then they start to listen because I was so junior. And so that was hugely powerful. Seek allies, and I love the idea of underlining to say thank you, because supporting people can be traumatic in its own right, and so recognizing that it does take people time to be allies is important.
Yeah. So perhaps if we were to draw out some threads from this, is like making sure that not only you're being proactive in your own work, but looking out for the ways that you could be giving that 5% to other people as well, making sure that you're there to question and challenge and also support other people, and making sure that you're thanking those people who are like there for you in that same way as well. Yeah, really nice. So being aware of like when you're doing this work, it's not just about the things that you care about, but also making sure that it's expansive and the things that other people care about. We've kind of been focusing, I guess, a little bit up until now on kind of the EDI, like equity, diversity and inclusion aspects of the UKSEDS DISC umbrella. But something that Sarah really does, and I'm sure that Emma have also contributed to, is like really thinking about the ways that diversity ties in with access. And Sarah, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about like why this is important to think about access as being an important, I guess, pillar of support for doing EDI work.
So I think something that's really important that people usually use in their defense when they do something that upsets the community is like they're looking after the major interests of whatever their stakeholder group is. But like they've predetermined who that stakeholder group is by allowing there to be like inequity in access. And that's why like I'm really passionate about everybody having access to science. And it's not because I think everyone should be a scientist. I think everybody deserves the right to try. Everybody deserves the right to see what science means and what science is. And everybody like deserves the opportunity to be science literate. And like this kind of othering, when people don't see anyone that looks like them, or they're actively pushed away by people who don't think they belong, like they don't get any of that kind of access. So it's predetermining who's relevant to the conversation and using that as a way to defend like poor policy.
Excellent. So that this idea of like who is part of that is really shaping like what those responses can be. Yeah.
I found it like a lot during my undergraduate, just with, like concerns I had that were more focused because I was female, like, and people just being like, "Oh, you are the minority," and I'm like, "Yeah, whose fault's that though?"
Excellent. Emma Taylor, do you have any kind of thoughts to build on this? Have you seen this play out in your industries?
I think that it's both a benefit and a sort of a negative, having had like longer in like the STEM career, is because I've seen many people, as MSc say, no longer be at the table. And been through sort of 2 global downturns, and there's a particular moment I'd like to share, because I mean I work in a certain technical specialist field, and we have these annual industry dinners, and women and people of colour are perhaps more averagely represented in my discipline area than other aspects of engineering. And you'd go to an industry dinner and you'd walk in and you'd see a variety. You'd have minority groups and majority groups. But the year after the energy downturn in 2015, and I went to the dinner, and I remember walking in, I can still feel it now, I was gobsmacked. I could barely see a single woman in the room, and I could barely see, as far as I could see, I barely could see a single person of colour, and I was like, what on earth has just gone on here? And I think people are noticing it with COVID as well, that like there is like sort of differential job loss among a certain proportion of the population. And so in terms of access, it's not only the access in, but the retention during, and keeping a particularly watchful eye on what's happening during the economic crunches or the social crunches or whatever you want to call it. And a lot of the time that I spend now in mentoring, and it's peer-to-peer mentoring, because I've also had my sort of career pushed out and had to call it back again, is making sure mid-career people, they can stay in the game, basically. That like they may lose their job, they may lose the protection of a sort of research group or a professional label, but they're still valid to be sort of scientists and engineers. And it's quite a struggle. And I would say out of the majority of the women around my sort of age point or career point, all of them have like been pushed out of their sector once for one reason or another, and have come back in some cases more than once. So access and retention is key, and recognizing that things outside of your individual control on your career path can perhaps be the thing that sort of gets the door shut on you.
Yeah. Emma Chapman, did you have any thoughts on this? I know when we talked earlier about kind of the responsibilities outside of work, you were mentioning kind of the ways that this has been happening in COVID.
Yeah, which is perfectly fitting, because you might hear some knocking on my door at the minute. It's my 2-year-old trying desperately to get in the room. I'm not sure where my husband has gone. So just ignore the background noise.
If your 2-year-old wants to come and be on the panel as well, we'd be delighted.
Start screaming, she might have to be. Yeah, I mean, I'm a carer. I care for 3 children. Homeschooling 2 at the minute of them, and the other one is too little, so she gets stuck in the corner with her Peppa Pig toys. I mean, the carers I know are all on, doing 20-30% of their hours at the minute. They're being refused furlough by universities who consider that we should just be able to manage. Which is not cool. Yeah, I really fear for the position of carers during this COVID situation. I think it's going to put us back quite a lot. On the other hand, there has been positives. So as a carer, as a part-time worker, I've been asking for years for better technology to do online meetings and everything, and I've been pushed back saying it costs too much, can't do it, too much trouble. Within like a week of COVID happening, they were like, my God, we need to put cameras in, and it's done. And you're like, come on, we've been saying this for 5 years. But this is a real positive. I've been able to join meetings around the globe that I wouldn't have dreamt of going to because of all the air miles or anything like that. So yeah, can we quantify it? No, probably not. But I think we're going to see a lot of caring people. I mean, I don't know if anybody else has noticed, but there's a certain gender disparity on the number of papers being printed at the minute. I know we have something called the archive, right, where all the academic papers go on every day, and I am noticing a serious gender disparity that I did not notice so much before, as we're 9 months on.
Yeah.
And I've certainly not had time to work on a paper.
Yeah. Yeah, and this access, so this idea of access to both like entry into the field, as Sarah was talking about initially, but also like later retention due to other life events, really important, because without this access, to support, but also to points of entry, the diversity like really suffers within the field, because it tends to be that who are like more minoritized who are pushed out.
Yeah, no, sorry.
No, continue, please.
Yeah, this is another piece of advice I give people all the time, which is that we're getting better and better at welcoming people through the front door with all the paparazzi, and we have lots of, a bit more support for that. But what we're doing is we're closing the door, and when nobody's looking, we're pushing them back into the alley. So we're welcoming these people, and then we've got some toxic cultures, and we're pushing them out the back, and that's where we also need to focus. They're both just as important as each other, and we have to focus on this.
Sarah, did you want to add?
It was just a kind of anecdote about this kind of retention. One of the organisations that I work with was looking at diversity through the career pipeline, and I think at like master's student level, women slightly were like more prevalent than men, and then it's like a scissor diagram, so it crosses over at 50%, and then to PhDs there were more men, and then the scale just kept getting wider and wider as you went up the pay scales. As somebody in the audience, the first question that they asked were why there were more female students than male students. Like looking at this diagram and the massive disparity between the highest pay grades, their concern was that men were being underrepresented by 2% at master's level. And it's like, how do you fix that?
How did you not see the other end of this diagram? I don't understand.
This wasn't the point of this slide, no.
But I maybe want to pick up on this idea of like the payroll and like what we are being paid to do as like the final question that I'll bring in, and then I think we'll have a look at some questions from the audience. I just wanted to think about in terms of really making space in your life, both your work life and your professional life. Obviously, unfortunately, we live in a capitalist economy, and one of the things that's really important is to be paid for this work, and to make sure that like financially you are not being cut out of like, if your job is not supporting you for this, you're not doing this on free time and in your personal life. And I guess like Sarah and I earlier were talking about how often you forget to budget your own time into these things, and you end up giving more time than you expected, and you end up paying, in terms of your like own time, and that is not compensated, and that's money that you're, it's time that you're not doing other things with, but it's money that you're not earning as well. And I was wondering, for our audience, is there any advice from the panel about how to make sure that you are, budgeting and valuing your time in a capitalist way, as well as we have discussed in terms of like keeping yourself safe and making sure that you're there to support other people, in terms of like making sure that you're budgeting, pushing your organizations to fund these kind of initiatives in terms, not just like paying people to see paying people to see the panel, but like paying people to be on the panel and paying people to organize the panel within your organization. And yeah, if you have any questions, make sure you're popping them in the chat for us. Send them in. And Emma Chapman, you look like you're about to reach for the mute button. Would you like to say something?
Yeah. So in our organisation, the 1752 group, we are very hot on paying people for their labour. So we very rarely ask for people to do anything for free. We pay Rape Crisis to come along to our meetings, for example, to support people just in case. In terms of valuing your own time, is it cheeky? I don't know, but I've always considered this work as an essential part of my job, and so I use my hours in my essential part of my job. So I actually do budget 10% of my hours for EDI work, because I get asked to be on all these committees. And there is no way that I can fit them all into my personal life. It's not fair. If they want me to work on this, then fine. I also asked for teaching buyout. So because of all my EDI work, they said that I didn't have to do a certain amount of teaching. So I'm playing to my strengths here. And in terms of budgeting your time, I'm not so good at that, because I always say yes to things and forget how much time it takes in preparation. But what I never forget is how much time it takes in recovery. So doing some of these things again can be traumatic. Not particularly this one, but when you go deeper into certain issues, it can be quite hard. So I always say budget time for cake, budget time for the Gilmore Girls. Just budget time for whatever safe thing that you do after this, because that is just as valuable for you to keep going.
Excellent. Emma Taylor, do you have any thoughts on this as well?
I think the budgeting and the sort of the planning for it is so important. I mean, when I started out, it was just expected that you would allow yourself to be the photograph on the poster to show, look, we've got a female engineer, which is basically what it was like in like the 80s and the 90s. Look, there's one here. We don't have any issue with underrepresented groups. Things have fortunately moved on a little bit, but even as part of my role, I see myself primarily as an engineer, and I confine or limit or target my EDI activities to ones where I have the most impact. And often they don't wear an EDI label. With the mentoring and encouragement of mid-career women and underrepresented groups with the work I do with the Professional Engineering Institution, that doesn't have an EDI label. I just wanted to build the very best team I could. But my team is 1/3 female and 1/3 BAME, which is I don't think any other institution's got that in place. So I try wherever I can to combine the sort of the activism with delivery of good opportunities for people and delivery of good engineering, really. I think that I often say no to panels, and particularly where I consider them just to be what in communications term is virtue signalling. I think you called it performative actions in the sessions this morning, but it's essentially some degree of window dressing or making people look good. So I'm very precise with what I choose to do.
Excellent. And before you mute yourself again, for this organisation that you run, how do you budget for, other people's time and like funding the work that people do? What's the dynamics like that?
It's very interesting because it's a volunteer organisation. Many professional engineering institutions, they have a small staff, but the rest is run by volunteers. So when I'm asking someone to put their time in, and I'm often quite upfront with them, I say, I'd like you to volunteer on this. But it's not like the grunt work of taking the minutes. I said, I'd like you to volunteer on this because I want to develop you to becoming a deputy chair or a chair. I want you to take on board this skill because it'll then allow you to support a fellowship application. So when I'm asking people to do things, I try to steer them towards the things that I know will have the best direct impact on their career and their progression opportunities. And actually, when I see them going towards other things, I say, no, don't do that. Do this instead, because you've got the benefit of seeing how that then fits together to make a stronger sort of career potential. So I can't hand over money, but I can hand over opportunities and targeting of what will have the most impact.
Okay, really excellent. Thank you for that insight. Sarah, do you have any thoughts on this idea about funding and valuing your time?
Yes, so again, I'm probably not that good at this yet, but as a PhD student, like a certain amount, if you're UKRI funded, a certain amount of your time is kind of allowed or expected that you can use it for things like EDI, which has been really good. I definitely spend more of my general time than like that allowance, but it's something I really enjoyed and passionate about. But I've applied for funding for a few different outreach initiatives, just genuinely all three of them where I'm just going to see how this goes, and if I'm told no, then I'm told no, and they were successful, and I got to kind of like push these projects forward. But like there was a non-zero part of me that's like, well, I kind of want to do it anyway, so like if I don't get this funding, should I give it a go? And the answer is no, you shouldn't, no matter how much you're tempted to. But yeah, I think the line between my personal time and the time I spend on EDI is quite blurred at the moment, and that's something I do need to work on. But there's like funding support at a lot of institutions, like the Natural History Museum funded some of my stuff, UK Space Agency, Imperial. Yeah, it's look in your department and see what's available. Imperial actually does have a really good kind of like outreach initiative and stuff, so there are like paid opportunities if you want that kind of thing as well, which is really good.
Yeah. I'm going to take Chair's prerogative for a second and just talk a little bit about some work that I've done. But at UCL, where I did my PhD, there were lots of opportunities for funding for doing access projects. And I guess like something I would like to see and want to push for in the future is that they often require you not to pay your own time. So you can pay to do activities and you can pay for other people to do that activity, but you are, as the PI on that like small grant that they will give you, are required to do it for free. So I'm actually going to start picking up Emma Chapman's suggestion of budgeting into my job some time to do these things rather than kind of trying to squeeze it all around, because I hadn't really thought about it like that before. So thank you. I'm learning something from this. So we have some questions coming in on the chat here. So I have one question that perhaps we can talk about collectively, but definitely I imagine Emma and particularly Sarah being a PhD right now. Do you have any advice for a PhD student who wants to dedicate some time to EDI advocacy but needs to convince their supervisors and peers that it's a worthwhile use of their time? Sarah, would you, as a PhD student at the moment, would you like to have a suggestion for strategies, and then we'll open it to Emma Chapman and Emma Taylor?
So I'm really lucky that my supervisor is very supportive of these kind of initiatives, and just generally actually just a very supportive supervisor. So I appreciate that. I am quite lucky. But I have had resistance from people saying things like, if you spend all your time in this, you'll never get your PhD. And it comes from a fundamental, like, they're not paying attention to what I'm saying. They're not paying attention to the project. They're not very interested in what the project actually is. And like, now that we have some results from it, it's kind of easy to counter that. But I think until that point, it's a little bit tricky. But I think people who don't do any of this work and don't care about it just see it as like a time sink. And I don't know if you personally can address that, or if that's something that's kind of a bit more systemic. But
Let's turn to our panelists slightly further up the tree then. Up this like professional and academic tree, what do you see as like a way of talking to other mentors, other supervisors, to convince people that this is a worthwhile use of their students' time, their collaborators' time? Emma Chapman.
I would say, as Sarah said, to be the example, because I don't think sitting down for coffee with somebody that doesn't believe in this stuff is ever going to change their mind. My supervisor was probably of the kind of ilk of, what's the point? Do your research. I did it anyway. I went and joined the Juno committee, which is the physics kind of gender equality accreditation. Well, all equalities now actually. And I just joined it anyway. I said, this is what I'm going to do with my time, and then I joined the Institute of Physics one as well. And I think that everybody has their own personal time sinks. Nobody can work 70 hours a week on a PhD, which, you know, don't get me started. People should be working 37.5 hours a week on a PhD, and they can get their PhD on that. You know, people are obsessed with kayaking. People have children. People go on Twitter for 2 hours a day. If you want to spend your time sink going to a diversity panel, that's your choice, and good on you, because you're making it easier for the next generation to come in and not have to spend half their time fighting against obstacles, because that's what these people don't realise. We're already fighting. Like we're already fighting. We're not at the same table as them, so we're already fighting for the table. Being on a diversity panel actually arguably helps that part be easier. Yeah, it's not necessarily a time sink.
Yeah. Anna Taylor, any thoughts?
So I agree, and like have a slight sort of bit of disagreement in as well, because I'm imagining someone coming to me and sort of having a mentoring conversation. Because the thing that you need to have is you need to maintain the engagement and support of your supervisor. So perhaps probe a little bit and ask and say, you know, where have you got concerns about the progress of my PhD? What are the gates you think I'm going to miss? Kind of tease that out, because it may be that they don't understand actually what you're doing. They don't understand about the progress. It may be that, like, unbeknownst to you, you're heading down a dead end and they haven't worked out how to tell you this. So address the core of the PhD. Then do what Emma C suggests and just go and do it anyway. Once you make sure you've got your supervisor's not going to kind of like fail you at the next hurdle, and do it anyway. And I was thinking about like the sort of piece of key takeaway advice, because working on these panels or engaging with people at more senior rate of career around the topic of EDI exposes you to like development opportunities and conversations that you wouldn't normally have. And like, for example, for UK SEDS, there are people who have essentially got non-exec director experience by their mid-20s, and that counts for a lot when you then put yourself forward for more senior panels. So if you consider EDI as not only like the opportunity to do the right thing, but as a way to develop senior skills which you wouldn't normally have access to, one, it helps you convince yourself when you're using that personal time that you're doing something beneficial for you, but also it then gives you a little sort of pushback. But first, make sure that the supervisor's not in serious worry about your condition of your PhD. Manage that relationship. So a little tiny bit of disagreement, and then go off and do it anyway.
No, I think that's fair enough. It's because I had a supervisor that couldn't be argued with, so there was no room for that. But yeah, I recognise that actually was a very biased situation. So yeah, do that.
I don't know if anyone else who may be watching has one of these, but I have a list of things that when they happen to me, I'm like, when I am senior, I will not do these things. And this is going straight on this list of like, if somebody tells me they want to do something, don't immediately say no, tease out what it is that they want to do and work out how that can fit in. Make sure that you're supporting them to do that. Somebody here in the questions has asked, what advice would you offer a young person wanting to be recognised for their day job and their D&I work? Does anyone have any thoughts about how to be recognised, value that recognition? Emma Taylor, you look like you have thoughts. This is an expression that is like, yes, please.
I was watching to see if anybody else was reaching for the mouse and then talking simultaneously. I think that recognition is extremely important. And you know, I was talking earlier about being in a position to be able to stay in the pipeline when you get these big economic crises and downturn. And one of the ways in which you can do it is seek recognition. And in fact, when I was doing one of my career changes after one of those economic downturns, one of my mentors said, go and win some awards. And I went and hooted with laughter at her because I was 9 months into my new career and basically I was pretty crap, just say it out on the internet. And she does it seriously. And what it does is it makes you then think of yourself as on a pathway to success. Now, both in terms of the day job, the core research or engineering that you're doing, and also the EDR activities, there's lots of opportunities to package up what you do and self-nominate. And I encourage everybody, whatever your sort of background or group or minority or representation, nominate yourself and use the awards framework as a way of identifying things you could extra do to stretch yourself. Because then when you put in the application, you look and say, darn, I've done some good stuff, and it makes you feel good and recognise it. You then may get recognition from other people as well, and it also gives you an idea to think, what could I do next? And so it creates a framework for development in your own mind. So don't wait for someone to pat you on the head. Absolutely, that's not going to happen, right? Just go out, get it yourself, get over the embarrassment factor of writing your own nomination for an award, and then just put it in and keep doing.
Emma Chapman, you reached for the mute as well. Would you like to, do you have any additional thoughts?
Emma put it perfectly. I can't build on that. Self-nominate, and that's how you get the recognition.
Yeah, excellent. Sarah?
I'm probably just receiving that advice was pretty good for me. It depends on the institution, because I think Imperial, I don't know if you can self-nominate, but yeah. I mean, I've wrote an application for an internship recently, and just seeing, when you try and explain to someone why you think what you've done was worthwhile, it's a great experience to reflect on what you've done and what you could do better and where you can go with it. That's, it's really good from Emma.
Emma Chapman.
By self-nominate, you don't necessarily mean just write your own application. Nominate, it means emailing your head of group and saying, I'd really like to be put forward to this award, please could you nominate? So it's a really, really excruciatingly embarrassing thing to do for the first couple of times, but actually when you show them that you've done the work, look, I've written the application, I need you to be my sponsor, put it that way, then they'll be like, yeah, sure, I'll fire off an email.
Emma Taylor.
I love the way that both Emmas, we both put our hand up saying we've got more. So one of the sort of strategies that I've used to sort of some success is having a sort of second professional identity, because sometimes in my sort of professional day job they haven't been keen to do it, and you can't go off and do it completely. But if you have a separate sort of volunteering identity, a separate organisation, then you can self-nominate your application around that activity. It's almost like two hats, and it's been fantastic because you maybe have a negative commentary in one aspect of your professional life and it's going well in the other one. You just take the bit that's going well and put it out there, and then what it does, other people, this is back to the allies point, people are quietly rooting for you, and I've had some award nominations that come through that were complete surprise. And like my comedy moment, both of them have turned up after I've had a really, really bad day at work. I mean, like one of those epically bad days where it's only 10 p.m. at night and you get to your home email, and a really, really bad day. I'm scrolling through. And went, congratulations. Oh, what's that?
A bad day. Thank you so much.
And then you've been nominated for this award. It was the Cranfield School of Management, top 350 women, something or other. It's on my LinkedIn profile, and I just thought it was a spoof. And I was looking through, and it said, yeah, it's a media embargo until midnight the next day. And I had to go into work having a really bad day. Everyone was yelling at me at the same time, thinking, what am I going to put on my Twitter and my LinkedIn at midnight tonight? And so the best, honestly, it was a really funny 48 hours. It's just the best insulation, insurance, another word beginning with I, to do it. So find another, if like your home sort of employer and team or whatever is resistance, be part of another organisation that you can self-nominate wearing that label. it does irritate the doubters. I do warn you that, like the people that are trying to keep you down, they get quite annoyed when you get awards, but just ignore them. Keep going.
Excellent. Okay, so we'll have, I guess, a very short answer because we've just got a couple of minutes left on this panel to this question, and then we'll wrap up. So I'm sorry if I haven't managed to get to your questions. We've had a bunch of really great ones come in, and I will definitely field them to the panel afterwards for them maybe to think about in future conversations. But this final question is, how do you avoid burnout while wearing more than one hat and doing more than one thing? So a snappy 1 minute answer about how we avoid burnout on this panel. Sarah, you first.
So this is something I'm still struggling with, but doing a PhD in the middle of a pandemic, I think everyone's a little bit burnt out. But I think it's just really, really important to make sure you still have the times that give you the fuel for the rest of your life. Even if it's, I don't know, painting at the weekend or listening to music, just carve out a little bit of your time and don't let it, it's never allowed to go anywhere else. Even if it's just an hour, but just make sure you have something that feeds your soul.
Excellent. Emma Chapman.
I'm very organisational with this. I use an app called Toggl without the E on the end, and I budget in how much diversity work I do a week. So at the minute, maximum 4 hours. And every time I'm doing some diversity work, like now, I press diversity work on my Toggl and it times it along with my work hours, along with my writing hours. And so if I get to 4 hours, I'm not always perfect, but I try not to go over that. Burnout's a very important thing for me because I have done it in the past and I have no intention of doing it again.
Good. Emma Taylor.
Building on what Sarah and Emma have said, I think it is really pick the things, because I think we've all got this sort of drive to help other people, and you can't put that back in the box. It's always going to be part of it. So pick a thing you do that gives you joy, because there's always going to be struggle, but pick something that when you can turn around and look at what you've helped other people achieve, you just get this big warm glow, and that in itself is a source of energy that can help keep you going. And strip away the doubters and reduce your contact with them as well. We need I don't know, muddy drag factors that hold us back. We need a hole in the head right now. So streamline.
I noticed Molly will be joining us shortly, which probably indicates this is the end of our panel. So I'm going to wrap up from us. So it's been a delight to have you all on this conversation with us. We're, I think, all on Twitter. So please feel free, I'm sure I said this for the whole panel, to reach out to any of us if you have a question that you fielded in the chat that we didn't answer. I know there's some questions about mentoring. If you want to ask us in the UK SEDS chat on Twitter, please feel free, or drop us an email. I'm sure the UK SEDS team can forward on these queries and questions if anyone needs to clarify anything. It's been a delight from Sarah, from Emma Chapman and Emma Taylor to have you here on this chat. Molly, would we have time, you can just nod or shake, to just do a final takeaway from each of the panelists, or are we on time and you want us to... This is a nod. Okay, so one final thought. If you were to give people one piece of advice on how to balance their personal life and diversity work and work life, what would it be? We'll start with Emma Taylor to wrap up. We'll go backwards.
Focus on the things that you will think will give you that sort of that kick, that progress, that sort of personal refueling, and always keep a reflection journal.
Okay.
Because a reflection journal, one here, end of a bad day, you write it down, and that will be your early warning sign as if you're taking on too much emotional labour or load. And it also helps you process things that happen to you, good or bad. So
excellent. All right, a reflection journal and doing things that you care about. Emma Chapman.
Don't consider this whole fight just your fight. Recognise the army, recognise that 5% is enough, and recognise that will be a significant help.
Excellent, thank you, Emma. And Sarah.
So it kind of, I guess, stems a little bit off from the diversity and balancing your time, but just any little thing that you have to give is really important, and it will help someone. So kind of more focuses back to allies, I suppose. It's small amounts of support are really, really beneficial for other people, and it's not about doing being the biggest in the room or the loudest or doing everything perfect right at the start. Just little support help everybody.
Fantastic. And that's it from us here, folks. I will pass you back to Molly to move the day on. Thank you so much. All right, bye.
Thank you so much for joining us today. It's been really great to hear the advice that you have and the amazing work that you do. I mean, I was definitely taking notes during that of things that I need to make sure that I do to look after myself whilst I'm doing diversity and inclusion work. I will definitely be stealing Emma Chapman's advice about having that app and pressing go when you've done your set quota. And I hope that as I progress through my professional life that I keep track of my mental health and I look after myself too. So yes, thank you all so much for joining us today. And I'm honoured that you agreed to take part in this panel. As like you've all said, it is very tiring always being that person that's invited for panels. So I really appreciate it. So thank you ever so much.
Thank you for having us all. I'm sure I speak for all of us when I say this has been a delight. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's now time for our last talk of the day. Unfortunately, I know it's been a wonderful day, but we will be hearing from Tyrone Jacobs Jr., who is an engineer at Northrop Grumman. He is a STEM advocate. He's passionate about encouraging people to pursue STEM if that's their passion, so no matter where they come from. So without further ado, our final speaker today, Tyrone.
Hello, hello, hello. My name is Tyrone Jacobs Jr. I work at Northrop Grumman Corporation as a commodity engineer here in Redondo Beach, California at the Space Park location. And today I'll just be sharing a bit on just my journey, my process, my story, you know, how I got to where I am today, you know, what things kind of led to it, you know, what experiences that I have to make it to where I am now, and try to share a little bit of advice and encouragement as well, you know. So for me, you know, I just would like to first thank the University of Birmingham, Northrop Grumman Corporation, Northrop Grumman UK, Northrop Grumman Europe, everybody involved that considered me for this event, considered me to speak today. I'm very excited and I'm very thankful for just the opportunity to share with you guys and hopefully inspire someone, just one person. Hopefully I can evoke some type of change or switch or light switch in somebody's mind today. I mean, that's my main goal. So, you know, for me, this journey started back in 2007, 2008. This is when I was going into high school. I was 14 years old. Didn't really know what I wanted to be one day or really become, because I didn't really have any examples of really what I could become, what I could really strive for. Growing up in the environment that I did, you know, it's pretty much really just surrounded by just, you know, a lot of bad things, you know, just, you know, gangs, drugs, etc. And I didn't really have anything to kind of cling to or inspire to be like. So I just took it upon myself to create that for myself in my own life. And, you know, I guess just from my environment and then kind of being tired of just the same old going to school and doing my homework every day, I spent a lot of time on the computer and I spent a lot of time engaged with technology and electronics. And that is what birthed my, what's the best way to say? That is what birthed my passion and my love for engineering and STEM. Spending so much time, I mean, I spent at least 8, 9, 10 hours a day on the computer. I mean, we're doing MySpace, AOL. I mean, we're doing websites that weren't even out. You know, I mean, that at the time were not out yet. And I'm learning about these websites and learning just how computers work, how things work together. I'm learning about if I unplug this, what happens? If I turn this switch on, what happens? If I take this apart, what happens? All of that really got me inspired with technology and engineering. And at the time, I was getting ready for high school. I had to choose what high school I wanted to kind of go to. I didn't really know. So my uncle worked with my mom at the time to kind of, you know, help her figure out where to send me. And I ended up at a school called Toledo Technology Academy, which is in Toledo, Ohio, which is, you know, Ohio is a state here in America. And I went to the school and we were learning not only English, math, you know, social studies, you know, gym, PE, but we also were doing pneumatics, hydraulics. We were doing PLC programming. We were doing CNC machining. We were doing mechanical, you know, mill and lathe machining. I mean, we were doing all type of stuff at 14, 15 years old, which is, you know, which is very unheard of. because there's not a lot of students who get the chance to do that at such a young and early age. You typically don't really get into engineering until you're older. So to have programs and things now where kids can kind of jump into it a lot earlier is amazing. I kind of caught on a little bit late, but that's okay because I still made it to where I am today. Even in spite of that. So that, just being able to go to that school, take those classes, network, and meet the teachers that I had. It wasn't until my junior year that I figured out, okay, I want to be an engineer. This is what I want to do. I had no reservations, no hesitation, nothing. It was just, okay, I'm going to be an engineer. This is what I'm doing. So how can I make that work for me? So more than anything, I really just had to remind myself that I could do it. Because again, right, there's not a lot of African-American or Black people, minorities, children that are doing things in STEM and engineering. And if we do, we're known to drop out and switch. We're known to just give up on the program. We're known to not succeed in the program. So there's a lot of odds against me. I mean, I was a first generation college student, number one. I was the first in my family to go to college. I was the first in my family to pursue STEM engineering. I was the first in my family to graduate successfully and matriculate successfully through the program and find careers and internships involved in engineering. So there was a lot riding on me as far as me going through high school and eventually college just to succeed. There's a lot of pressure there, and I really took heed to that, and I had to really buckle down and focus on what I wanted to do. So when my junior year hit, I took a class called Digital Electronics, and this class was a very basic level electrical engineering fundamentals course where you learn about Boolean algebra and gate logic and AND gates, NOR gates, and things like that. Fell in love with the class, fell in love with the subject, the teacher, and his name was Mr. Farley. He had his electrical engineering degree from another university here in the States, and he inspired me to kind of go for what I did. I said, hey, if he has that and if he can achieve that, then what would be different for me? Why can't I achieve that? What would be the difference for me? So going off of that and just going through the class, I said, you know what? This is something I think I can do. I took the ACT, which is a test where, I'm not sure how they do it in Europe or the UK, but here in America, it's a test that it's a standardized test that kind of gauges whether or not you're ready for certain programs or certain schools, and can you get admitted to this program, that program. And I did really bad on the test. But in spite of that, I took very basic level math and chemistry courses in school because they deemed me not engineering ready. They said, okay, he's not ready for STEM engineering because of his score. Well, I mean, we all see what happened. We all see what happened with that, right? It's not about what people say about you or what they believe or what they think you can or cannot do. It's about what you think you can do, what you think you can achieve, what you can go after and achieve, and set your, what goals you can set, right? So I never let people place their insecurities or doubts or judgments upon me because they didn't even really know me, number one. I had a lot riding on me, and they didn't know the journey that I had to kind of get to even to that point. So being able to just get to college, get through the program in 5.5 years. And I'll be honest with you, it was difficult. It was very hard. I did bad in a lot of classes. I did good in some classes. I'm not ashamed to admit that. It was all part of my journey. I mean, I learned about networking, how to shake shake hands, and how to join different clubs and organizations that were a part of things that I cared about, things that I valued, how to make friends, good friends, things like that. Time management, leadership, sacrifice, hard work, dedication, not giving up when things get rough. I learned all these things from just going through high school and going through college. And I didn't really know I would end up in the space industry until 2016, where I had an interview with Boeing, which is another premier aerospace company, just like Northrop. And I had multiple internships with the company. They went really well. And pretty much that kind of led to a full-time job. And, I am where I am now here at Northrop, and still in the space industry, still learning about space and, still learning about satellite systems and there's all these different cool things, and I'm still so young, and that's what excites me is that I'm 26 and I'm still learning and growing and becoming excited about different things and not losing that spark of motivation, that spark, that drive, that motivation to succeed and motivation to do more, you know. And I think it's very important to kind of always have that in you, because you never want to become complacent. You don't want to become just, okay, you know, every day is the same. You always want to set new goals and new things that you can strive to and things that you can work to and hopefully achieve. And, you know, for me, it was always important to kind of keep my values and my morals right and keep those things, you know, as far as integrity, being on time, leadership, networking, trying to be a good person. All those things are very important to me, and those things help me get to where I am today. Along with mentors, I had people that were older than me, and I had people that have already succeeded that helped me. I had people pour into me. I didn't do it all by myself. You know, I didn't get here just purely just off of just luck or just purely on my own. You know, I had plenty of people help me and pour into me, you know, and help me get to where I am today and push me to get to where I am today, you know. And that's what life is about. You know, I want to be a person to lift as I climb, not get somewhere and just forget people that are not where I am or want to be where I am, right? So this is why I chose to do what I'm doing today, because I know there's a kid out there or a student who may have struggled with just certain things, and they want to know, like, okay, can I really do this? Can I really achieve this? And you can, because I did it. And trust and believe, I'm not anything special or just magnificent, but I always kept true to just, you know, those values, right? Sacrifice, hard work, dedication. You know, I always try to keep those in the back of my mind, in the back of my heart, and inside of my heart, because that's what's important to me. And there are times where I very easily could have left the program, or I could have, you know, I failed the class, so I got to retake it, and I don't know, or I could have switched, but I didn't. I kept going because I knew if I would have kept going, I would end up at least to where I am now or somewhere close to it. And I mean, I far exceeded where I ever thought I would be. And I still have a long way to go. Still a lot of things to learn and improve, but, you know, I definitely want to encourage you guys to just stay focused and stay steadfast on your journeys and on your goals and your dreams, because it's important, right? It's important to, you know, keep focused on just what excites you in life, what brings you happiness, what brings you joy. And I'm much more than just an engineer or a STEM advocate, but those things are extremely important to me. You know, I want to help kids and students believe that they can do it, because that's what I would have wanted as a kid and coming up. You know, I kind of started on my own and had to figure it out on my own. I didn't really learn this stuff until I was, you know, like I said, a junior in high school. And at that point, that would have been how many years ago now? Maybe 8, 9 years ago that happened, right? So I don't want people to make the mistakes that I did. I don't want people to kind of go through the journey the hard way. I mean, yes, there will be challenges and obstacles, but it's not that you can't achieve even in spite of those. You know, you can definitely achieve, because I did. And there are plenty of obstacles, plenty of challenges, but I definitely had to find a way and find willpower to get through them. And I did, and I'm grateful for that, you know, and I'm thankful for that. So, you know, I want you guys to just always have just certain morals and values about yourself, and that you can stick to and stay important to. And, you know, I want you guys to just stay encouraged. You know, I experienced depression. I experienced anxiety, and times where I wanted to take my life and times where I didn't want to be here on earth. But you guys would have never known that if I wouldn't have had just shared it, right? You will have a lot of times in hard times and adversity and things hitting you from left and right, but it's not about what hits you. It's about how you respond to it. It's about how do you respond? How do you get back up after you fall? You know, when you fall, do you stay there on the ground, or do you fall and you get up and you wipe yourself off and you keep going and you try again? Life is always about trying again, trying to keep going forward, keep pressing forward, trying to keep yourself motivated and encouraged. I know it's hard because of the pandemic and COVID. It makes it a bit harder to kind of do those things, but it's definitely possible, because I'm trying my best to do it, and I'm doing it. So why can't you guys? I'm no different than you. I'm no different than anybody else that's on this conference or on this call or anybody else who's presenting. I'm not different than anybody. I'm not special. I'm not unique. I'm just somebody that has just certain values that I try to cling to, and those values that help me get to where I am today. You know, I'm still learning. I'm still growing. I'm still improving. I'm still finding different ways to succeed and different ways to kind of go about my journey and obstacles. And, you know, I would never guess I would be ending up at Northrop or in the aerospace industry working on space and satellite projects or any of these things, you know, especially at being 26 and coming from where I came from and coming from, like, you know, a bad environment and everything. There's no way I would have ever guessed any of this stuff, you know, but it's possible. And if I can do it, you guys can do it. You know, there's no reason why you guys can't achieve and you guys can't get to where you want to get to. Even if it's hard, even if it takes a while, or even if you think it's not going to happen, it will and it can happen. You just have to stay focused, you know. So I'm definitely an advocate for STEM, engineering, diversity. Definitely an advocate for people achieving, people who come from different backgrounds and walks of life, achieving and doing more and becoming more and things of that nature. So I definitely want to encourage you guys to stay focused, stay steadfast, sacrifice, work hard. Once again, thank you, University of Birmingham, Northrop UK, Northrop Europe, for this opportunity for this call. I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much, and have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Unfortunately, Tyrone was unable to join us for the live Q&A today, but thank you so much for preparing that talk for us. And sadly, we've reached the end of DISC today. I hope everyone has enjoyed this event as much as I have, and learnt more about recognizing individual privileges and what we can do at an individual level to be more inclusive. On that note, I know I've said it so much throughout today. I must sound like a broken record, but thank you ever so much to all the speakers, panelists, and chairs for joining us today. You've shared some really inspiring stories and voiced opinions that I'm sure will resonate with all of the audience. Like many of the speakers today have said, people don't quite realize how draining and time-consuming constantly having to be the EDI person or token for a talk or panel is. And I really appreciate you joining us today. And it's been an honor for me to share a platform with you, considering all of the amazing work that you do. And thank you to everyone who attended today for joining us and having such important conversations and engaging with the importance of EDI within the sector. I'd again like to thank UK SEDS and the volunteers so much for supporting me and the diversity team in the running of this event. The executive committee have been so supportive, particularly Alex Crossman for being an absolute star and for listening to my frequent venting and panicking about this event, even though everything was perfectly fine. Also, this event would not have been able to take place without Aaron Reedman, who not only created from scratch the platform we are using today, but he has been sorting out the website, registrations, running tech throughout the day, alongside a job and other commitments within the organisation. It's not easy, and I think it's pretty impressive that we managed to get through a whole conference online without too many technical difficulties. We had a couple, but it's okay, it's fine. If you have any comments about Nebula, there's an email address that is included at some point on Nebula, so please do, if you have any feedback, send it through. Thank you today for the sponsors, Northrop Grumman and the Quantum Technology Hub, Census and Timing. Your support has allowed us to have a speech-to-text captionist today, who I'd also like to give a massive thank you to. And thank you to the University of Birmingham. As the university that I'm attending, it's been great to have your support of DISC. And also, thank you so much to the previous organisers of DISC for creating such a fantastic event and allowing me to continue what you started in 2018. Being involved with UK SEDS has been an absolutely fantastic opportunity. Anyone who wants to get involved, I recommend searching us up. And I feel incredibly privileged that I've been able to get involved with them. However, at the end of the day, we are all just students. And as much as I would like to be, I'm not all-knowing. I'm not always the expert on things. There's always ways in which I can improve myself and the projects that I get involved with. So I will be sending out a feedback form in the next couple of days. It'd be really great to hear what people think, whether you're an attendee, a speaker, panelist, anyone, about what you liked about the event, what you didn't like so much, how we can make it better, if there are any ways we can be more inclusive or anything that we haven't considered, I would really appreciate your feedback, because at the end of the day, we do want to be as good as we possibly can be. And we are all students volunteering our own time. So thank you. It'd be greatly appreciated if you can fill that in when I send it out. But I am going to take a short break, as I did learn from the Balancing Advocacy, Work Life and Personal Life panel, I need to take time for me too. So after a short rest, I will be sending that out. So that's all from me today. Thank you ever so much for attending. I hope you've enjoyed DISC 2021, and thank you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.